Hey, Shabbat Shalom, everyone. Shabbat Shalom. Let's see.
Have you been told you can't get?
Nope. All right. I think we are live. All right. Shabbat Shalom. Let's see.
You're my passport.
Make this pop up larger so I can read it. All right.
Woo!
There we go. Jay Morris, Shabbat Shalom, brother. Daryl Vick, Shabbat Shalom. Shabbat Shalom. House of Benaiah, Shabbat Shalom. Michael Rivera, Shabbat Shalom, brother. Brother Tom Sturgill, Shabbat Shalom. Steve Wilson, Shabbat Shalom, brother. Reuben Ingram, Shabbat Shalom. Shabbat Shalom. Brother Ronnie, Shabbat Shalom, brother. Hope everybody is doing well. Hope y'all have had a productive and hopefully enjoyable week.
I know you did.
Hey, brother, I'm glad for it being Shabbat.
Man.
Sister New World, Shabbat Shalom. And Chris F., Shabbat Shalom.
Brother Ruben, I got your email, brother. I'm going to email you back. Please forgive me the time, work. Oh,
Man, it's looking like a rainforest back there behind you.
I went out and ran some errands today.
Seed starter company.
Well, these I actually purchased. They were selling them at the end of the season. All the stores out here will sell the seeds like $1 for as much as you basically can grab.
Oh man!
Just to get rid of them all. So I went through and purchased a lot of the pepper plants. I mean, even though I already had 200 of them planted, I was like, hey, what the heck? Can never have enough seasoning, right? Enough dehydrated peppers.
That's true. That's a lot of planting.
Yeah. Yeah. And last year, I know we ran out of peppers like midway through the winter. All the ones we had grown, we ate them all. So.
Priscilla, Shabbat Shalom. T. Waters, Shabbat Shalom. Brother Alex, Shabbat Shalom, my brother.
Hallelujah. Hallelujah. Brother Ruben, yeah, send me an email, brother. Me and my beloved brother David right here, we kind of do the Sukkot, or the organizers, I guess you could call it. So anybody that is interested in Sukkot this year, let us know well ahead of time, because we just like the idea of getting to know you a little bit before we invite people around. So we'll probably have some phone conversations and set some things up like that so we can get to know you. We're not like some of these major organizations where we just kind of say, hey, you want to come and bring us an offering. We don't do that.
No. Rather make sure you're on the up and up.
Yes. Yes. Brother Jay Morris, send me an email, brother. I got you. Send me an email, Brother Jay. I actually have tons of seeds to ship right now if you are interested in seeds. I just harvested like 15 beet plants full of seeds. So you're looking for some beets. I got some mustards like crazy. We're gonna have tons of Jerusalem artichokes. I know, Brother Ken Fanine, I'm gonna send you some. But if you're looking for some Jerusalem artichokes, we're gonna have hundreds of pounds of artichokes this year.
That's awesome.
Brother Ronald, you ain't gotta send me an invite. You already know you here. You already know.
Hey, shalom, Brother Frank Stockton. Shabbat shalom, brother. Shabbat shalom.
Shalom, Brother Frank. All right, HO2 just said he's running a little bit behind. He'll be on soon.
Okay. Yeah, Brother Ronnie, you know you good, brother.
Right. You don't need no RSVP.
Right. Brother Frank, you're good. We're just talking about people that who have not yet been to a feast and received their next invite. And y'all have.
Right.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Man, it's been a week.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Brother Jay, when I get the date, I will I'll let y'all know. I'll probably figure it out next week so I can come back this next one. Now, if y'all let me just let y'all know, for those that are interested in feasts, if you're looking for some hyper spiritual experience, go somewhere else.
Yep.
We just brothers who enjoy the feast days. We'll spend some time in study, but we spend a lot of time actually helping each other grow as men, and the women helping each other grow as women. As
Brother
those
Frank,
of this faith.
Sorry about that, brother.
Oh, you good? You good?
Brother
I just
Frank,
know a lot of y'all are used to this hyper spiritual. Let's worship all day and night. We get our worship in. But let me tell you, these feasts are a very important time for us, and it's more than drinking alcohol, sitting around, chilling, and jumping around. This is where the real real brotherhoods are created. So I'm just letting y'all know. I know Brother Lamar said we issued him the invite already, but it's real for us. What would you say, Brother David?
I think that's an excellent synopsis. It'll be a good opportunity to see real ordinary brothers just being brothers, and ordinary families just being ordinary righteous families.
Right.
I mean, everybody's walking around, hooping and hollering, jumping around, and with the Bible in front of you 24/7, which we're not opposed to reading the Bible. I love the book. I'm all for it. My life is based and centered around it. I'm just saying,
yeah,
it goes beyond that into the realm of application.
Yeah. Yeah. Brother Ronnie, if you could type in there like a quick synopsis, brother, of what you think the feast is like. What was it like for you being here? Being around the brethren. This is your second feast, because you were at Tabernacles last year, and then Passover. What would you say it was like? Brother Frank, if you could also.
Sister Tracy, rib of Frank Stockton, Shabbat Shalom. Brother Ken Fannin, Shabbat Shalom, my brother. Shabbat Shalom. Patterson Homestead.
SOJ.
Go ahead,
You were
bro.
saying Patterson Homestead?
Yes, sir.
I was saying SOJ Shabbat Shalom.
Okay, it just popped up. I got a little bit of a delay, so I missed him. But you got it, bro. Go ahead.
Nah, you good.
Now you got it. Here you go, FY.
Brother Daryl, I see your question. Brother David's handing it back over to me. I was chilling too. I was like, this is nice. Brother David Patterson, Shabbat Shalom. Yes, Brother Ruben, we are in the Ozarkian part of the Ozarks. Yeah. Yeah, the Arkansas side. Oh, brother Westhold, brother, I know. Hey, people got things to do. People got things to do. Bless you, brother Westhold Force. Don't worry, brother. Every time you win, it's a blessing. And if you can't make it, just know you're missed. Hallelujah. Yeah, when we do Sukkot, it's a real process. I mean, there's a lot of vetting that takes place. We're seeing what kind of man you are, and you get to see what kind of man we are. So it's actually a really good time to try and figure out, can you develop that closeness with other brothers? We've had some amazing experiences on the positive and on the negative. We've seen some amazing people come through. I was able to hug some amazing brothers next. And then there were other people you met, you were kind of like, yep, you won't be here next Shabbat or next feast day.
Right.
Brother Frank said it. Don't come in half step and you will get called out. All we ask is that you be real. We're not asking you to have it perfect. We're not asking you to have it all together. We're asking that you're real. Because you'll see we're just real and we ain't got it together. You'll see it.
Yep. That's it, brother. And even in that regard, brother Frank, we're all, we're learning and growing. So we have, like brother FY just said, brother Chris, we have no issue with people's imperfections because we have our own plate full of them. We have no issue with people, striving and growing. As long as you're real. That's the only thing that I know I can speak for myself, but I know I can speak for the other brothers as well. That's the only thing that you'll catch it on is when you just half-stepping and faking. Yes.
Man.
That's why we love that shirt. And then we say that saying often, we love the real ones, but most just aren't.
Most just aren't.
That ain't we love the perfect ones. Or we love the most righteous. It's just the real ones. That's it. Just being real. Where you at? For you.
That's it.
We can rock with that.
That's it. And that's the hard thing, to see, is that it seems that when men come together, especially when it's the first time they met each other, they're more interested in trying to impress their brother. If you try to impress any of us, we'll look at you like, why the hell are you trying to impress us for?
Yeah, don't waste your time trying to impress me. I ain't that special.
Nope. There it is. Brother Frank said, if you don't know, ask. Don't fake the fuck. We had situations like that. If you don't know how to put up your tent, come and ask. Otherwise, we're going to stand over here and watch you suffer.
Yep.
That's what we're going to do. All you got to do is come by and be like, hey, I don't know how to set up a tent. I've never set up a tent. Can y'all help me? We're not going to look at you and be like, what kind of dude is supposed to be this, that, and the other, doesn't know how to set up a tent? We'll be like, oh, bless you, brother, and we'll come and show you.
Yep.
That's it. You don't need to flex. You don't need to try and sound good. Your family life don't have to be perfect. You don't have to threaten your wife on the way to the feast. You better not act out because you better not embarrass me. You don't need to do all that.
We real brothers with real families, so we know.
We know. We know. Man, it's so amazing that so many men today feel like they have, in order when they're around other men in this faith, you have to fake it. You have to try and be something you're not. You have to try and act a fool. There you go. Brother Andres coming in.
And I get it. I know where it comes from too. You know, that's coming from, well, you know, especially with all these, you know, I just said, when you're used to dealing with a lot of fake ass Christians and stuff like that, everybody loves you when you check off every box that they check off. But the moment that, you know, one of those little check marks start to slightly erase or disappear, you go from the best brother to the most wicked of the year and all this other stuff. So then, therefore, people are groomed in this mentality that, hey, you can't be real. You can't expose yourself. You always have to put, you know, you always got to fake it. Because the moment you choose to be real, somebody right there waiting, you know, ready and gunning for you. And I've lived through it. That's why I strive to not be that way. And that's why I say all the time, you don't have to be perfect around me. All you just have to be is real. Because if you're not willing to be real, then there's no help that you to be had. Because you're not ready yet. Shalom, Shabbat shalom, brother Andre.
Shabbat shalom, fellas. How y'all doing?
I'm glad it's Shabbat.
Excellent.
That's awesome, man.
Man. We were just talking about the tabernacles coming up.
Mm-hmm.
And what would you say the feast days are like around us?
Y'all niggas?
No. Yep.
I'm just messing around. Hey, all I can say is I thoroughly enjoy it. My family thoroughly enjoys it. I mean, outside of my, you know, my natural family, I mean, I consider y'all family. But I mean, and that's for me, that's a sacred thing. I ain't being churchy. That's a sacred thing for me. So, I mean, I consider it a big vacation time, you know, amongst the brethren. And I know it's feast days, holy days, and all of that. I get that, but just getting a chance to commune, celebrate, and then just talk real, you know, talk about real issues. Whether it be men having real issues, you need to, you know, iron sharpening iron, or you know, the wives are talking, the children are getting a chance to fellowship. So outside, and I just lay it on down here. Outside of the vacations that I take with my family, I wouldn't compare nothing else to it. There is nothing else to compare to it. Does that make if that makes sense? I mean, because
yes, sir.
The brethren thing, and this is what I've been thinking about a lot here lately about, and I mean we talked about it too, about being better brothers. But the brethren thing is a real powerful thing if we could actually latch on to it. And I just say for a guy like me, it's kind of I was talking to a Key earlier today. It's kind of hard in a sense because I'm only used to depending on me, if that makes sense. I lived a life to where I only trusted me because I know what my limitations are, and you know what I mean, and I know what my attributes are. So when I can see brethren get together and really be totally transparent, I think that's the key thing with us is that we are able to be transparent, and that's what men need to hear. They need to hear the truth. They don't need to hear about what you did in church or what you think you're doing now that's really related to church or that's really related to somebody else's religion, even coming into the faith. I mean, many of us have came into the faith on other, you know, off of other people. Hallelujah for being able to even know about the faith. But the sad part is that we take those people's faith and or the way they do business, their religious practices, and now we build that into our families as if that's the faith. That is not the faith. So what I love about the brethren is that we can get together, we can just be. I can be Andre. I don't try to be. I mean, okay, like my business is a house of Kohelet, HOQ, but they know, hey, that's just Andre. And that's how we deal with one another. Hey, that's even though we call each other brother this and but to be honest with you, and to a certain degree, I'd be like, I don't even need to do that. That's Chris and David. They're my brothers.
Right.
Aside from that, we just keep it real. I'll be like, hey, what's up, nigga?
Yep.
We
Yep.
just talk like we talk. I mean, like you would think we've been long time friends for the last 15 or 20 years, the way we act. And I'm talking about that's the good, the bad, the ugly, and the indifferent. And
Yeah.
really, even if they be honest, do you know we even notice some differences in one another if somebody going through something? But we don't
Yep.
pressure each other. We just wait. I know how they move. I watch them. I know how they move, even towards me if I'm feeling indifferent about something. We handle each other like real brothers. I mean, hey, you get upset or whatever you have, we don't fall out about everything. So
That's true.
all thing I can say about the tabernacles, whether it's tabernacles, Passover, or just watch this, y'all. Sometimes when I had extra time, I just passed through. And I'm not being funny. I don't know about y'all, but time is very valuable. We on a limited journey with time here. So if I drive 14 hours or 12 hours or whatever it is, they should know I love them without
Yep.
fail. That's being real. If they drive 2 hours away from each other, they love one another. So that's how we
Yep.
operate.
Yes, sir.
I saw Brother Frank put in there. He said something about basically being real or get ready to be called out. Get ready to be exposed. Now that is a real thing because brothers need to get to the place where they can just truly be men. Nothing's not
That's it.
nothing special. What about just being a man and just saying, "Hey man, I got this issue," or either I don't like some
Right.
of the stuff you just said. It bothers me. That way, guess what? At least you as a person can figure out why that bothers you, and maybe the other person can figure out why they said it.
Yep. Yep.
So I just sum it up as that's my special time. That's my extra vacation time with my family and their brethren and their families.
Yes, sir.
It's just a real time, and I think that that's something that is missed today. Is you said something, brother Andre, about the whole churchy atmosphere. A lot of men today, it's almost like they have two personas. They have the churchy persona and then their regular everyday persona. Who
Yep.
you see from me on this stream is who I am. I don't have a different persona outside. This is my Shabbat persona, this is my live stream persona, and this is my family persona. No, and that may be why a lot of times people critique us in sometimes a negative light. You may hear me say, "Hey, what up, nigga?" That's because that's what I say.
Mm.
It's not I don't say it. When I'm off the stream, I talk a different way. You don't ever have to worry about that with me. With us, if I say, "Hey, that's some bullshit," that's because I'm telling you that's some bullshit.
That's what it
Yep.
is.
That's what it is. And I think we're so used to the church atmosphere, which is, hey, because we're all, because in the world today, everyone's trying to sell you some shit.
Yep.
And they know if they came at you how they really are, you wouldn't buy it. They wouldn't get all the sales that they want to get. So they got to come to you a particular way. Hey, guy. Hey, friend. Hey,
Yes, sir.
would you like some of, no. If I have to do that to sell you something, I'm selling you some shit.
Yes, sir.
I'll come and just sell it to you straight up. Hey, you want these seeds, yes or no? Well, I don't like the way you said that. Then don't buy them. Move on then. It is what it is. Take it or you leave it.
And we already gave you the Cliff Notes precursor. Ain't none of us perfect. None
Yes,
of
sir.
us pretend to be.
Mm-mm.
We are transparent and we're real. So in areas that you appreciate that, hallelujah. And in areas where you don't, hallelujah.
Yes,
It
sir.
gives room for all of us to
Right.
grow.
Yes, sir. 100%. I was just gonna say
That's just it.
if y'all if the people that come or whatever, if they're expecting a prayer line, if you expecting I don't know. Everybody
Mass
be running around
deliverance.
them. Oh Lord, nope. Matter of fact, if I see some mass deliverance going on, I'm gonna hop in Sweet Thing and roll up my trailer and be like, "Nah, I'm out," because we don't do that. You need to have your mass deliverance at home. I'm just being
Right.
honest. You know, we get nuggets, and yeah, we could be acting doing all that extra stuff, but sometimes I done had nuggets, and we went home and prayed about something. Or we wait till we
There you
got back to
go.
our individual tent and prayed about something or talked about something or whatever the case was. But this it's
There it
not
is.
that.
You know, brothers, you don't need that demon is not going to come out of your wife because I said it.
Nope.
To be honest, the one who she is one with likely is going to have a better understanding of what she's going through than me.
Yes,
The same reason why if your wife is not baptized and you want to come to the feast day and you bring your wife, don't think that the three of us are laying our hands all over your wife baptizing her. You baptizing your own wife. You baptizing your own daughter. You baptizing your own son. How about this? You take responsibility over your family, man. No, at SOJ, we'll do baptism, but I ain't doing it. We have a nice big ass river that runs through, not far from us. We'll drive down there. Y'all saw the baptism when Brother David did his family, Brother Andre did his family,
And Brother Chris, when you
and
say
I did
you're
my
not
family.
doing it, let me clarify. When you say you're not doing it, he said he's not doing it for your family. If you're a brother, we don't have a problem baptizing you. But then if you're a brother that has a family, we're saying then you baptize your family. That's what he's saying.
Yeah, there you go. Thank you, brother. Thank you for that correction.
Yes,
but Brother David says, right, if you are a brother and you want to be baptized, as a brother, all of us men will baptize you. We'll go out there with you. We'll baptize you. We'll hug you. Hallelujah. But if your wife wants to be baptized, don't you leave that water and have her walk in there with us because she's about to be out there by herself. That's your job, man. You baptize your wife. You be in that water. When she comes out of that water, a new person, a new creature, the first person that should be there is the one that she is one with. You. Not Pastor JoJo. When she come out of the water, her shirt's clinging to her body, her titties are all, poking out and everything's all tight. And there's Pastor JoJo giving her the first hug. Men, how do you feel? For those of you who have ever done home birth, doesn't it feel something special when the first hands that touch your baby are yours?
Yes, sir.
It's something special about the first hands touching your baby or your hands. Likewise, the first hands touching your wife, your possession, should be yours.
Hey, my bad, bro. SOJ said, I get it. I'm just being facetious. Okay, I'm just teasing. I'm being facetious, SOJ. I'm tracking with you. Glad to hear that.
He said facetious.
Facetious.
Oh, wow.
House of Beniyah said, yes, sir, I baptized my wife and it was a blessing. Hallelujah. I think there's something special about that.
Yes, sir.
There's a deep, I just see it as there's a deep connection when your wife dies to herself and the old self is going down river.
Mm.
And she come up and the first person there is you. Y'all be trying to figure out why you can't get your wife from your pastor? Why she's so addicted to your pastor? Who baptized her? Just saying. Brother Reuben said he immersed his wife. Hallelujah. So yeah, if you're looking for some hyper spiritual, you're gonna come. I went to the feast and I left and I'm speaking in tongues. No, we didn't. We don't teach you how to speak in tongues. We don't do none of that stuff.
To spell Coke backwards.
Yes, sir.
Eco.
Easy.
Oh,
Eco.
man.
Ikok.
Hey,
And that's what you're gonna get from us. So if you want religion, we are not the men.
nope, wrong place.
Wrong place, wrong channel, wrong stream.
Hey, if they think they finna come in and it's finna look like country buffet or something. I like how we've been doing it. You know, we done some of that, but I like how we've been doing it last time because it allowed. I think it was more efficient.
Yeah,
So you come there preparing for your own family, no problem.
we don't. For those you want to know, we don't do the whole buffet style eating, where everybody brings food and we all just eat the same. No, you bring what you want to eat.
Yes,
Now
sir.
we'll eat. We eat together, but you bring what you want to eat. So if you want to eat steak, you don't have to bring steak for everybody else. Bring it for your family. Bam. The only thing that we do kind of share is drink.
Yes, sir.
We will bring some extra drink so we can share amongst each other. But, I mean, don't come empty-handed talking about, yeah, y'all, I want something to drink. I'll give you some water.
For real.
I mean, it'll be ran through a Berkey. I mean, I guess you could say that's a good thing. Actually, to be honest, I won't even give you the water. I'll point you to where Walmart is. It's about 45 minutes away. Because you should know it's a feast day. We as men, we should be able to prepare. How are you going to prepare for a feast day? How are you going to prepare for what's coming in this world and you can't even have provisions for a feast day?
You can't.
I'm getting ready for the end of the world, brother. Shit's going to hit the fan. Brother, bring enough water for the feast days, please. Oh, brother, all I bought was 3 gallons. For 8 days?
Man. Well, better Google Walmart location.
Yep.
Yes, sir.
But Alex said we did the buffet thing the last 2 years, and we'll probably not do that this year. Someone has to get stuck with cooking all the time and meal prep. That's the same thing that we came up with. Somebody's always been stuck with the dishes or cleanup. So now what it is each family, you bring what you want. So if it's cleanup, your family can clean up your mess.
Yes, sir.
That way the women have the opportunity to go on fellowship, because when we did it the other way, there was always a select few women who were always stuck missing all the fellowships because they were always cooking and then always cleaning up the kitchen, and everyone would be fellowshipping and they'd be stuck in the kitchen missing fellowship for 2 or 3 hours.
I like what Straight Out of Judah said. He said, the book says they brought what their hearts lusted after. There it is.
Yep. There it is. And if you're traveling a long way, the Bible says trade those sheep in for money, get to your location, and then buy whatever your heart desires.
Yes, sir.
There you go.
Man.
So if you're traveling a distance, hey, brother, I'm traveling from 15 hours away. Cool. Bring cash. Bring lots of it. When you get out here, I'll point you to the nearest Walmart or grocery store, buy whatever you need, and then bring it here. And now you got food.
Right.
Because some people don't want to transport all that food. That's cool. Or they don't want to transport all that water. That's cool. We can go to the store. You can buy it. We ain't tripping.
I
ain't trying to hear you trying to get ready for shit hits the fan and you can't plan for 8 days.
That's how it be too.
If you got animals, prepare for your animals as much as you can.
It's a big thing, man. I just say I know on my end, it requires much preparation. I mean, because you're gonna leave your animals are at home or whatever. So it is a planning type. Matter of fact, to be honest with you, if you think about it, coming out to the feast days, it really is preparing you for that. I mean, it's making you better.
It
It's
is.
preparing you. If you have to prepare at home and for the trip, and you already been preparing the whole time, you're constantly building yourself up for getting ready for
Right.
anything.
Right.
Like if you can
Right.
go through tabernacles and you got animals at home, I just say this. Oh man, if you needed to go somewhere for a few days, 3 days or a week, you could do it effortlessly.
Man.
Just saying, if you could do the tabernacles or Passover and unleavened bread, oh man. I
If you
mean,
can plan for a week and not have to go to a grocery store outside that first time you get there, you got it made.
yes, sir.
You got it made. You know, if you go that one time, hey, I got everything I need. I traveled out here. I went to a store one time, bought everything I need. I mean, because you think of a shit hits the fan situation, there ain't no grocery store you're going to.
Uh-uh.
You ain't going to Walmart in the middle of a crisis.
No, sir. And that don't mean that we think that you're gonna get it right the first few times.
No.
Even
Right.
last year, I didn't plan accordingly for water or propane. I was short on propane too. Now, I was able to get some propane from the brothers and get some water from the brothers.
See how that works?
Yes, sir. I greatly appreciate it. Now I know, hey, okay, I got to beef up on this area and this area real strong.
Even I had to go to the grocery store. I ran out of juice for my gin.
Mm,
That to me was a shit hits the fan situation all by itself.
yes, sir. Yeah, you gotta
I
have that
had no
together.
juice for my gin.
Yes, sir.
Brother Chris F said, even a week ain't that long. That's right, brother. It really ain't. If you can't plan for 7 to 8 days, then you really need to take time to go look at what you have stored up and inventory it and have a realistic a breakdown of how long that food's gonna last. Because it's interesting, you talk to dudes that be like, I got, 5, 7 people in my family. You're like, well, how much food do you have stored up? I got like 10 buckets. That's gonna last me a year. I'm like, 10 buckets of what? That's not even gonna last you that year.
Mm.
What do you mean it's gonna last your family a year? Man. 10 buckets of hope. So exactly what you see, like brother there, you see right now, he eating. This is how we
Yep.
roll.
Peace.
Here, we be mukbanging it.
Yep.
Yeah.
Hey,
Yeah, it ain't
is
that
what
kind
it
of.
is.
If you showing up with penny loafers or Stacey Adams and slacks, you at the wrong place. Just saying.
Or Timberlands that ain't ever seen the dirt.
Them brand
You
new
at the wrong.
Tims.
Yep, you at the wrong place.
And you're gonna be greatly disappointed because you can see a bunch of dudes wearing sweats and jeans, with holes in them and dirt stains. And you're gonna
Yes,
be
sir.
like, you're gonna come looking like you coming to church.
Yep.
Yeah, if you don't like to be smoky during the
Woo!
bonfires and stuff, I was just saying, if you're gonna have a hard time, watch this now. If not being able to take a full-fledged bath or shower for the whole duration, I'm just saying. I'm talking about the kind where you used to being at home. If you're not gonna be able to do that, you in trouble.
Big trouble.
I'm just saying. It really is. It's not formal like that. No, nobody is building shower houses and bathroom stalls and all of this, normal luxury and convenience items. Just saying.
Hey, I remember I almost did. I'm thankful for my brother Andre and brother Chris. They was like, nigga, You doing too much. Bless y'all,
Brother Dave was
I
trying to bring the
appreciate it.
Hilton to Mothland.
Ooh, I remember he said a shower house. I was like, what? A shower house? I'm gonna be honest. When you put that electricity up, it was like the Taj Mahal to me. I'm just being honest. Oh, electricity and water. I mean, you had a
He
few
had
hundred,
water and electricity.
yeah, a few hundred gallons of water on the go. Maybe even 1,000
I'm letting
gallons
y'all
on the
know.
go.
If you come to the Rock, and that's what it's going to be this year, there ain't no water for you. And the electricity is whatever generator you got, or you're just going to have to kill your car battery because I ain't giving you none.
Mm.
You should be prepared for all these things, right?
Yes, sir.
But we'll see. We'll see.
Man, I got a question. How many people coming? Y'all already sent out some invitations. I know one. I know you mentioned one brother, but we got a lot more brothers coming out.
We got some that are interested.
That sounds good.
This year it's Extreme Tabernacles 1.0, which means you have to bring something from your land. You have to prepare one meal that you produced on your land. So what that means is you can't just go to the store and buy everything. You got to grow something, and that's got to be your meal.
That sounds good.
And I'm buying a bell, and if you wash out, you have to walk the hill and ring the bell, and I'm a live streamer.
That's for this year.
Yep.
The walk in the hall, the walk of shame.
And next year is definite.
Cause I was about to say this year, I'm just wondering, is it gonna be difficult if they just have to bring one item? I mean, one meal thing.
But here's the thing: what if we made it? You can't leave the land once the gate closes. It
Oh,
stays locked.
Well, you definitely gonna have the plan. You definitely gonna have the plan. Cause if the gate be closed, then you already know if you leave, that's the walk of shame.
Yep. You got to ring the bell so you can go for your midweek trip.
Oh man, yeah, you gotta.
Which lets you know you're better off bringing a little bit too much water than a little bit too less water.
Right.
You're better off bringing that extra bucket of rice or that extra 20-pound bag of rice than you are not bringing it. It's the same thing with preparedness for your home, though, for your homestead. You're better off having them extra buckets, them extra plants that you grew, that whatever it is, you're better off having the extra than not having enough. And everybody says they're into preparedness, so this shouldn't be anything new. It really shouldn't. And we're all learning. We get that. We're all learning. That's understandable. But still, whew, it'd be a damn shame to have to live stream my own walk up to the top of the property ringing the bell.
I about to say mine too. It'll be rough. But you know what? It's still gonna be the making and building of us, to be honest.
Yep.
So you said one meal.
That does build brotherhood too.
Oh yeah, most definitely. When you say one meal, you said one complete meal. So
what does
that consist of though? Because some people might be like they got 2 things, 3 things, or whatever the case is. Is there a limit?
If you want to grow a salad, and that's all you want to eat for dinner that night, have at it. But you remember, once that salad's out, and that includes salad dressing. So if you ain't got no salad dressing, and you want to eat,
I get what you're saying. You saying they have to be made from your place.
Made from your place, from what you produce. Jay Morris, would the meat still have to be breathing? No. If you're traveling from a distance, it may not be feasible to bring a goat. But I do think that we all, for those of us who have ever processed an animal, we know what processed meat looks like compared to you went to the butcher and bought one of his legs.
Yeah, that sounds good because I could probably process a goat before I leave and throw it on ice or rock
Mm-hmm.
salt. You know the not the other ice, not the liquid
Right.
one,
Yep.
the other one.
Right.
Yeah, there we go.
L count, you can do that. You can do eggs. You can bring a bunch of eggs and eat them eggs, and there's your meal.
Right.
Josiah's mom said, please arrange at least a 1 hour video after the gathering, which focuses on what happened. That might be a good idea to have all the brethren come together and kind of talk about it. Like what it was like.
That sounds pretty good. That sounds pretty good. What do they call it? After action meetings?
There you go.
After action report. Yep.
There we go.
Yep.
There we go.
Yep.
Yes,
It'll be
sir.
like Survivor. I'm going to walk around doing interviews.
Mm.
Yep. Get your sit reps.
There we go. Yeah,
There you go.
That sounds awesome.
It's going to be interesting. Want to have some fun. But also, I mean, Tabernacles is, for those of us that are into preparedness, Tabernacles is a good day or a good week to really assess what you got going on.
No doubt.
Especially when it's not on your land. Like when we did Passover on Brother David's land, there was many times that I wanted to go to the store to get stuff. Like, man, we ran out of this. It'd be nice to go and pick some of this up. And you kind of decide, nah. I mean, some dudes were leaving the land and going and buying Sonic.
Multiple trips throughout the same day.
Wow.
What? You forgot something and you just went?
He would drive it 30, 40 minutes away to go buy Sonics.
Man.
Man, that's something.
That's
That's
interesting.
wild.
Woo. And also, it's a good opportunity also to test your bartering skills. Let's say you don't have any eggs and you want some eggs. You can barter.
Yes,
Hey,
sir.
I bought a little extra meat. Can I have some of your eggs? And I'll give you some drumsticks. No.
Yes, sir.
I'll bring some shine.
Yes, sir.
Woo! Brother David's bartering shine. I just think it'd be an interesting time for us to really test our skills. And that's what I see Tabernacles. It's not just about let's just jump around and sing worship songs all day. Let's get closer together. Let's test ourselves as men. Could you travel through the wilderness dwelling in booths? Could you?
Hey.
And we have the luxury of bringing our own food and being on a imagine traveling through the wilderness, packing up camp and going to your next location, setting camp, living there for a period of time, packing up again, moving to the next location. That's something completely different.
Hey.
I'm even wondering. I mean, I know this isn't not that I can remember, but I'm even wondering if people like Abram or Moses, once they, I know he wasn't supposed to do what the other people were doing, but did they barter things with the other inhabitants of the land when they got there? Because I'm sure they didn't have it all down.
That's interesting, bro.
I'm gonna have to do some research, but I'm just wondering because I mean, living that type of lifestyle, I wouldn't think that they have everything down. Not in the beginning stages. Maybe
Right.
as time progressed, but not in the beginning stages.
Wow. Or if you got to a land and you really wanted some chicken,
Yes,
or
sir.
some quail or something.
Yes, sir. You've been
No,
eating
because they
sheep.
were. There you go.
You've been eating
Because
sheep
they
the
were
whole
complaining.
time.
They were complaining about they want the leeks and the cucumbers and the melons like they had in Egypt. Imagine you went to a land and they had some melons.
Wow.
And they were like, hey, you give us 3 of your sheep, we'll give you 15 melons.
Yes, sir. Hmm.
That's interesting. So for those of you who had the idea inside your head, it'd be interesting. You have from now to Tabernacles. Obviously, let us know. Then we'll get you on a call with the 3 of us that we can talk to you. Because it's a serious thing for us because you're gonna be around our family. And that's a serious thing for me. You're gonna be around my children, around their children. I'm not trying to have no unruly ass child around my children, teaching my children bad habits. I'm just saying.
Me either.
I got daughters that are coming of age. I ain't trying to have no teenage. I ain't trying to whip no teenage son's ass. I'm just saying. Or daddy's ass. I ain't trying to whip daddy's ass because you ain't raising up your son right. Because your son decided to try and get frisky with my daughter.
Ooh.
Yeah, that wouldn't bode well. Man.
Nope. And that's just being real. That's just being straight up real. Brother Ryan said, nope. Those of us men who got daughters, you know, that we be thinking about that stuff. I protected my daughters this whole time for some so-called Israelite to come and mess them up. Man, there might be discharges, but none of them will be accidental.
Ooh. Man.
Woo. Hallelujah. And yes, we did have an accidental discharge at Passover. If you wanted to see G.I. Burdett show up.
Oh my God. Woo! Yes, sir.
He almost came out. I heard in the background, G.I. Burdett, American hero.
Yeah.
G.I. Burdett is there.
Oh, man.
I was like, Brother David, that's not Cobra Commander. We're good.
Oh, shoot.
Oh, gosh.
I was like, well, I guess I'll go put even though I'm a concealed weapon carrier, I guess I'll go put my guns up. Oh,
Brother Chris F, yes. An accidental, it was, I'm going to say it was both accidental and negligence at the same time.
Yes, sir. I would agree.
I guess the person decided he clears his firearm by pulling the trigger, not by checking the chamber and extracting the bullet using the extractor in the rifle or the pistol. No, I just pull the trigger.
I say any accidental discharge is negligent.
Negligent.
Any discharge that wasn't intentional is a negligent discharge.
Yes, sir.
Yep.
I'm pretty sure that's why and that's one of the reasons I like the way we do things, and that might be a thing that we're clearing up is like we don't do things like other people, other ministries or whatever, or other organizations. And one thing I like that we didn't have people ask about bringing firearms, excuse me, or they want to have some range day. Well, no offense to people, do that shit at home. Just being real. I mean, because some of those things, in my honest opinion, that kind of stuff should never happen. You should never. I don't think about when I go. I know that these men have gun ranges or target ranges on their property. But I don't. I mean, I just carry my weapon because I carry my weapon all the time.
Right.
But
Right.
I don't go to their house thinking, "Hey, I want to have a gun. Are we going to shoot at the gun range? Are we going to have range day?" I don't think about that because that ain't what we're doing.
That's wild, actually. You think about
So
it?
yeah, I don't even like. I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't like. I hate to say it like this. This is just one of my things. I don't even like to be around people that bring out their weapons or they trying to show you something during those times. I'm like, no, man, this is not the time. This is not the setting. It's people running around, all this kind of stuff. I just don't like that. Every time a
Right.
guy has asked us about that, I automatically be like, mm-mm. I mean, matter of fact, you're almost on the verge of, the brothers have to hold me back sometimes. Because I'd be like, no, they don't need to come. No. Mm-mm. I'm being honest. I'm telling y'all, they be talking about being more brotherly. Cause I'd be like, no, they don't this person have a problem over here, or they said this, or they doing that. Hell no, they all right over there. They be like, no,
Right.
brother, we need to be more brotherly and operate under the word. I'd be like, okay.
Right. That's
Now
just
I don't
real,
think.
though. I mean, if you have your own property, if I barely know you, I guarantee you, I did not spend time seeing are you proficient in firearms safety. If you are showing me your rifle, your pistol, and your finger is in the trigger well, no. Why is your finger already on the trigger? You're just showing. No, we're done.
You might inadvertently get a butt. No.
No. So if you're used to tactical tabernacles, as I saw Brother Lamar say, if you want tabernacles to be about, I'm of the mindset, like you see a lot of dudes who run around showing themselves training on YouTube and brothers, look at me, I'm running around with my rifle and I'm shooting, doing target practice. I'm like, why are you showing that? One of the greatest weapons that you have is that somebody else doesn't know what you're capable of.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Surprise! If you've never seen me train or these brothers train, you don't know what our strengths or our deficiencies are. That's why when we played sports, we did something called scouting. We would go watch the team that we are about to play, and we would see where their weaknesses are and where their strengths are. So we knew where to attack their weaknesses. When you see guys running around on internet training, look at me. I'm G.I. Joe. I got my full, I'm geared out and I'm running around shooting my gun. And I mean, think about it. Why are you doing that? I mean, honestly, what is the reason behind you running around full geared out, shooting your rifle and having somebody stand behind you recording, unless you're running a tactical class?
Yes, sir.
Why are you actually running around showing this? What is your point?
There isn't any.
There's no point.
It's usually about dudes who are trying to show off their tools, show off their gear. And it's usually dudes who are not proficient in it, because if they were, they wouldn't be trying to show it off.
There
Yes,
you
sir.
go.
That's been my experience.
Yes, sir. I agree.
I'm about to show off right now. Here we go. Peppers.
Nah, it ain't too much showing off in that area now. Mm-mm.
I think that we've lost our way so much where that's what our lives are. Look at me. I'm going to run around with my AK-47. I'm going to shoot at a target. And then I'm going to get 500 thumbs ups. And, okay, are you that rejected that you need those people to tell you good job? Are you that?
Man.
Or they just see other people do it, and without really dissecting it and thinking, why that person does this, they just kind of accept it as norm. Hey, this is the way that we're Israel now, so this is the way that you do it. I think that
Yes,
has
sir.
a lot to do with it as well. We see this group or that person do this, and so therefore, hey, we said we're Israel too, so we should be performing like they do.
Exactly.
Yeah,
Matter of fact, I guess that's what I was trying to say earlier about, we don't do it like other people because I distinctly remember there are a lot of men running around in the YouTube video with their pistol on their hip.
right.
You know what I mean? Or they
Oh yeah,
showing you simulated practices that they're doing, and I'm
right,
like, if you want to do that, go join whatever it is tactical club and do that over there,
right,
because that ain't
right.
what this time is called for. I mean, really, we trying to work on the inner man. Watch that. We trying to work on the inner man individually and collectively.
Yes,
Normally, you
sir.
trying to do it for yourself and your family, and the
Yes,
man is
sir.
trying to key in his family. But as far
Absolutely.
as running out here trying to be Rambo, I leave that for Sylvester Stallone.
Yes, sir.
We just said this the other day, and this is truth. It was a time I probably would have been less, what is the word? Less apprehensive about doing bad things to people. But now I'm like, I ain't even trying to, I protect my property and my family, but am I really trying to just run out there and be Rambo or be a Billy badass all the time? No. Somebody told me, my daddy used to tell me this. It's always somebody bigger and badder than you out there, tougher,
Yep.
stronger, more well trained. And I'm gonna be honest with you. I mean, that's why I got a lot of respect for guys in the military, especially. Shit, I don't know what they know. So me running out there trying to act hard, no, man. It's best to be relaxed, lay back, and enjoy yourself, and just defend your. Only do that when your family or your life depends on it. But just run around trying to be FY said GI Joe. I leave that for the guys that actually been in the military. The guys that actually trained to do this kind of stuff. How many of us been kicking in doors on the
And I
daily?
say,
Right.
not the ones who have been in, but the ones who are actively doing, because that's a
Yes,
vast
sir.
difference.
Yes, sir.
I've been in, and I got to do some stuff back then, but I'll just tell you straight up, I wouldn't be doing today what I did back then with the same accuracy and results. It'd be foolish for me to think otherwise.
Yes,
So,
sir.
you know, and I don't care what level of training you had. As they say, Father Time catches us all, and that's a young
Yes, sir.
man's game. That's just
Yes,
real.
sir. Yes, sir.
Or
100%.
someone that's well trained. You're methodically conditioning your body for that day in and day out. And most people, that's not where they're at. So even for veterans, it's like, all right, well, that's cool. I know what you used to do, but that has nothing to do with what you're capable of doing right
That's
now.
it.
Mm,
And Brother
man.
Lamar said something. I don't mean to comment so much. You good, brother? He said, but even the hood knows real hitters move in silence.
That's
That's
it.
Yes,
real.
sir. Yes,
Them
sir.
real cats don't run around flexing.
Mm-mm. Mm-mm.
Because I'm just being real. If you were a real cat and you really out there putting in work, you ain't trying to get your name out there and have the cops looking for
No.
you.
No, sir.
So if
No, sir.
you move in such a silence and such a grace. If you were real about not one of these careless dudes who just gonna do a drive. I'm not talking about no drive-by. I'm talking about the real hitters.
Yes, sir.
They moved in such a way that you didn't even know who it was.
Mm-mm.
That's
And
it.
they didn't go out there on Facebook and be like, hey, niggas, I just capped me 3 fools.
That's
No,
how
sir.
folks wind up going to jail for stuff that they otherwise would have got away with. And I ain't getting into too much of that, but that's how that happens.
Right. Right.
Yes, sir.
The real ones moved in silence. And you
Yes, sir.
found out what they had when you came at them.
Mm-hmm.
And then you regretted it. You were like, oh, shit. I should have
Yep.
never taken his silence
No.
as stupidity
Yep.
or
There we go.
weakness.
Yep.
There we go. Yeah. So when I
Man.
look at that, I'm glad that we do things differently because hey, if you want to go to the rifle range, you got 9 months out of the year, or 10 months, whatever you got. Do that there. Do that at home. Train with your family. We shouldn't even know your tactics. We should know what your positions are. If you're low crawling, whatever it is you're doing, we should know nothing about it.
That's true.
We just shouldn't.
That's true. And I like how you said it earlier. You know, let that be a time of you strengthening and focusing on the growth of your inner man,
Yes, sir.
your new man.
Yes, sir.
Yep.
Man.
How brotherly can you be?
Oh man. Woo. Yeah, I've been thinking about that a lot this week, and you know, sometimes you start thinking back on some different interactions you had with some brothers, and I know me, I'm a guy. I probably need to work on my patience because I don't know, man. And when I say that, I'm trying to say that I've been known to pass judgment real quick. You know, I listen to a guy talking, then I'll be like, "Yep, no, I'm not fooling with him." You know, I just wrap it up all real quick. It's only a few moments, but I'm trying. This week I've been more so focusing on okay, hear what they saying, but then try to see it from his perspective
Yes, sir.
before you start judging some things. A matter of fact, I even remember some words from an older man, and I get that, and I'm not saying this guy is perfect or perfected, but I get that he waited. It's almost like he waited on guys. If you know what I mean. He know you
Right.
wasn't there yet in this area or that area, but he will wait on them to see maturity, to see growth. So that's what I've been thinking about this week about working on myself. Well, not being so quick to rush to judgment. Try to walk a mile in that man's shoes
Yes, sir.
before I make a judgment if I can really rock with a brother.
Right.
Because I haven't made it. You know, I haven't arrived at the place that I would like. I ain't talking about at the place. Many people say I haven't arrived yet because they say y'all's bar is way up here. Well, shit, I ain't arrived yet at Andre's bar yet. Not
Me
in
either.
brotherhood.
Woo.
Not in love. Not
Me either.
guess what? Watch this. Not even in husbandry yet. I mean, my wives would say, "Oh yeah, you awesome man," but I haven't arrived where I would like to be, even in patience. Even in watch this and I'm a real laid back brother. But what I'm saying is the way I think about things, the way I process things when people are talking to me. And I just use with my wife the way I process them instead of saying, well, hold on. I don't like that right there, whatever. But then for a minute I'm saying, well, did they get the teaching on that? And when I say teaching, I mean understanding. I don't mean I'm just open up the book. Hey, did you get the teaching on this right here? I said this. No, no, no. Did they get a full understanding? Is there something that's omitted that I'm not seeing before I start critiquing or before I pass judgment? So I'm trying to exercise that also in my brotherhood. So when I say I've been looking at some different situations, because sometimes you know a guy can say something to you or do something, and then Andre would know to write the brother off. I'd be like, no, I ain't really fooling with him. You know, I just can't go out like that. But either way, if you're really operating in love, had the brother bypass 70 times 70? I mean 70 times
Mm.
7? Has
Yes, sir.
watch this, have your ribs bypassed 70 times 7? Just saying. So I'm just trying to look at it in a different light. And guess what? What I found out is your stress level is low. Your load is lightened because of how you handle things in a more excellent manner, a more mature manner. And that's how, to be
Right.
honest with you, my personal feel is that's how y'all operate with us as men. That's how you operate with me.
Absolutely. That's
Andre
how you
Yep.
operate
Andre ain't
with me.
firing on 100 24/7 365. No, no, no. Don't get it twisted. Not at all.
You know, to be honest, with all this that we see in and if y'all are listening closely, this has a lot to do with Israel or believers and Egypt. Because this Egyptian westernized way is always having us go at each other.
Yep.
Yes, sir.
But when you look at it, I mean, just check this out. I saw somebody put it on Facebook. I believe it was brother Elder Tim Lindley. He said something along the lines of, why are brothers always trying to go out there and debate? Because when the debate is over, you notice that they never leave as brothers. They always leave as it was some sort of argument between the two of them. And then many times you actually lost a brother than you gained a brother.
Man.
So all these debates that we see happening in the so-called faith today, all they do is continue to divide. And I know division is good. Division is good between light and darkness, wickedness and righteousness. But a lot of this stuff that people be going at, it separates. And it continues to separate those that would have been close had not some leader stepped in and said, you can't talk to this dude anymore because he's not with us.
Yep.
But is he keeping the commandments?
Faith set tripping.
Faith set tripping.
Yep.
What clique you with? Well, I'm with so-and-so. Well, you can't roll with us because I'm with so-and-so.
I thought we was just both with Yeshua.
Guess not.
That's what Paul and Barnabas was like, hey, ain't we both with Yeshua? What we do? I mean, y'all just do that. Yeah.
That's never good enough. Yeah, because Paul said that. Some say they're of Paul, others say they're Apollos. But aren't we supposed to be of Yeshua HaMashiach? Isn't that supposed to be our focus?
Yep. If we can agree
This is gonna let you know.
Yeshua's crucified, we can agree on that. Hey, that's some building blocks for us. That's some foundation for us. Instead of looking for the million things that we could tear each other apart with, let's just focus on those building blocks.
Right. Right. And we never build on those. We never sit back and say, hey, if you don't want to eat meat, cool, don't eat meat. I'm going to have me a cheeseburger. But that should not be that thing that divides us as brethren. Now, if you were saying you were going to eat pork, that's one thing.
Right. Or it could even be, bro, well, you know, because I just can speak for my own self because I read it from the book, and so I try to emulate this. If I know you are not a meat eater and I have you over for dinner, guess what I'm serving for dinner? It ain't gonna be a cheeseburger. We finna have the best salad that I can put together.
And here's the thing.
Should I have to forego my right to eat meat? That's my right. Well, it is, but why should you lose your brother over your liberty? Why is your liberty more important than brotherhood? Why can't you forego or abstain from your liberty long enough for your brother? Because you could always do that any other time. Isn't that what the book tells us?
And at that same time, I would then say, brother, make yourself a cheeseburger. I'm thankful I got a salad. Enjoy your cheeseburger. I'll thank you for making a salad for me to eat. I'm happy. You got to have what you want. I got to have what I had. But I'm not one of them cats that's going to walk up and be like, hey, because I look at it like this. If you eating a cheeseburger is putting a stumbling block in front of me, I'm weak.
Yep.
That's like saying, hey, I'm married and you're not, and your wife left you. So every time you come to fellowship, I have to put my wife in a closet.
That's true.
Because your wife left you. Nah, brother, you need to be stronger when you come to my house for fellowship and know I'm still married. I'm sorry you went through what you're going through. I look forward to the opportunity for you to have a wife, but I ain't putting mine in the closet.
Nope.
I'm not gonna stop being a husband to my wife because your wife may have cheated on you and left you. I'm sorry. It is what it is. So at that same time, I'd be like, brother, make your cheeseburger. I'm just I'm thankful you thought about me and made me a salad. You get to eat what you enjoy. I get to eat what I enjoy. We both happy.
Yes, sir.
That's it. Man, this Egyptian mindset that we have brought in to us in this faith has greatly destroyed us.
And I think, bro, a lot of times that people will think, well, I don't have that, I'm not dealing with that. But I would just say, unless you have purposefully gone through a process of trying to divulge that or, get that out of you, You haven't, a lot. And even if you have purposefully gone through a process of trying to get that out of you, you haven't. It is what it is. That's the culture that we've grown up in. So instead of people by default thinking that, well, because it's me, I don't have it. As I said last week or the week before, you got to understand that on autopilot and by default, you suck. There's nothing great about you. The only time you're hitting the standards or even coming close to it is when you're firing on all cylinders. And we all have to be honest about how frequently that is the case. And understand that when those times, when that's not the time, where we're not hitting 10 out of 10, hey, by default, you suck. You have some of this Egyptian mentality in you because you have been reared in it. Right. It has been instilled in you before you even had a defense mechanism to say, I don't like that or that's not right. You accepted it as true before you even knew what truth was. We all did. Yep.
All of us. That's hard what you said right there, brother, because whether or not you know it or not, by the simple fact that you lived in this culture, I mean, it says in, where is it? Where my notes at? 1 Corinthians chapter 15. First Corinthians 15. I think we're going to start at verse 32. No, 33. 1 Corinthians chapter 15, verse 33. Look at this, brothers and sisters. This don't matter where you are, how strong you think you are. None of that matters. And I'm reading it in Aramaic English Renewed Covenant.
Hey, that's that expensive version right there. I could only afford
I don't let nobody touch this one. Had my neighbor not given me this Bible, I wouldn't have it.
Wow. Yeah, that's something else, bro. I love it, though. That's good stuff.
Yeah. All right, look at this. 1 Corinthians 15:33. Look at how it starts, brothers and sisters. It starts off with be not deceived. Which means if you think opposite of this, you are automatically deceived. Okay? Be not deceived. Evil stories corrupt upright minds. I believe in the King James it says evil communication corrupts good habits.
Good manners, yes, sir.
Good manners. It doesn't matter who you are or how good you think somebody is. It says be not deceived. Which means if you have not come out of her, be not deceived. If you still are chilling with your wicked ass friends, be not deceived. If you're a woman and you still hang around your wicked ass, whatever, whoever it is, be not deceived. If you are running, it doesn't matter. Your story don't matter. Be not deceived.
No exception clauses.
No exception. It don't matter who you are. How strong you think you are. How long in the word you've been. How many scripts you've memorized. What does the book say?
Be not deceived.
Be not deceived. But yet, we have people today who think that they could come out of this Egyptian society and they've been out for 6 months and they think that they have the word down, that they are living this thing. Be not deceived. That's what it says, right? So everything else you think is out. It don't matter. Are you deceived? Is the question.
Wait, maybe it says evil communications in person can corrupt good manners. Was that if it's coming from a cell phone exception, did I hear that?
No.
No cell phone exception?
No, sir.
I'm just checking. I'm just checking.
Brother Chris has said, come out of her is specifically indicating world religions. Is it? I think he's asking a question for him. I think come out of her is so big. I think that some people focus on the leave the city. They focus on that part and that part alone. That's not coming out of her.
No, that's a relocation.
That's relocation. Some people think it's just come out of the Christian church. I don't think it's that either. I think that, in fact, to understand it in context, let's look at 2 Corinthians chapter 6. Second Corinthians chapter 6, let's start at verse 14. Because I think that some people get caught up in specifics in the come out of her, and they don't take the time to fully understand what coming out actually is. They say, well, I left the city. I don't live in the city anymore, so I've come out of her. No, you have. You're still in. Right, Brother Chris, right. Relocating is a good idea, but it's more than just buying a piece of land out here, because you can buy a piece of land out here, and I mean, I live around people who live like that. They're still in debt. They still live the same way that people in these major cities do. They just have some cows as their job. Instead of working at, go ahead, brother.
Or even just their hobby.
There you go. They still fornicate out here. They still whoremonger out here. All the things that they do in the city, they still do out here. Let's look at this. 1 Corinthians 6, let's start at verse 14. Be ye not unequally yoked together with unbelievers. For what fellowship hath righteousness with unrighteousness? And what communion hath light with darkness? You'd have to ask yourself that question right there. Are you fellowshipping with darkness? Yes or no? No clauses. No, well, are you fellowshipping? Now, fellowshipping is different than you witnessing or talking to or honoring your parents. That's different. Fellowshipping is a word in and of itself that we need to have an understanding of.
Yep.
And what concord? That's another word that people need to get an understanding of. Fellowshipping and concord. And what concord hath Messiah with Belial? Or what part hath he that believeth with an infidel? And what agreement hath the temple of Yah with idols? For ye are the temple of the living Yah, as Yah has said, I will dwell in them and walk in them, and I will be their Yah, and they shall be my people. Wherefore, come out from among them, and be ye separate, saith Yahweh, and touch not the unclean thing, and I will receive you, and will be a father unto you, and ye shall be my sons and daughters, saith Yahweh Almighty. Well, what's the unclean thing? What things do we have to separate from? I would beg to venture, even in this faith, many of you need to separate from you're going to call them Israelite, I'm going to call them Christian teacher.
Yep. Anything that is contrary to the book.
If a man tells you that you ain't got to worry about your inheritance because it's given to you by the church, I will come out from among that. Just being real. I would separate myself from that. If a man tells you that you don't have to keep the Shabbat day, I would separate myself from that. I would separate anything that goes contrary to the word and Yah's law.
Yes, sir.
I read, we should leave an inheritance for my children. That's good enough for me. I don't need somebody to try and explain that away from me. So I'm going to come out from anything that teaches me contrary to that. So coming out is not just an exclusive to you need to come out of Egypt and you need to come out of traditional westernized Christianity. Many of you need to come out of what you call the faith.
Yes, sir.
And come truly to what the faith was supposed to be. What was that, brother?
I just said, yes, sir. I'm going to read this one real quick because I'm going to piggyback on what you just read. Same concept, though, because I always think about this when it comes to the difference of relocating versus coming out. So Romans 12, verse 2, and be not conformed to this world, but be ye transformed by the renewing of your mind, that you may prove that which is good and acceptable and perfect will of Yah. So again, it is this word purging and adjusting your mind to line up perfectly with Yah's will. That process starts long, or should start long before, and does go long after a simple relocation.
Yes,
Because
sir.
this is a renewing of your mind according to the word. Forcing your will, your thoughts, your desires, your beliefs to line up with what he says is true. And all those things that reject it, you mortify it. And that's a process. That's not as simple as just selling off where you're at or packing up your belongings and relocating. That's a process that will truly cost you something.
Sirach 7:15. Hate not laborious work, neither husbandry, which the Most High hath ordained.
There it is.
The Most High ordained the laborious work and husbandry. How many of you hate it?
There's so much to unpack in that verse right there. There's just so
Go
much.
ahead, brother.
I mean, because how many of us do hate it? And then how many of us, when we think about that, why do you hate it? Honestly, stop and think about that. Why do you hate it? Well, typically it's because our flesh loves that which is convenient. We love to be sedentary. We love to be at ease. But that's not what he's telling us to hate not. He is not talking about hate not sitting or remaining at ease and being sedentary. It's talking about this work that is ordained for you by the Most High for the purpose of keeping you moving, keeping you healthy, forcing you to be healthy. Instead, we want to say, nah, we'll roll with Egypt's ways. Egypt said, all I have to do is sit in this chair and do this and do that. I can make my living this way. And then I'm getting, I'm all kinds of ailments as a result of living a sedentary life. So now I got to spend money to go to a gym and try to simulate what I would have been doing had I just followed the Most High's instructions anyway.
Oh, man.
Oh, and by the way, now I'm missing sunlight, so now I got to take these extra supplements to try to once again emulate what I would have been receiving had I just been obedient in the first place. Except we all know all these, it doesn't work the same way. Counterfeits are never as powerful as Yah's creation. That's why he tells us don't despise it. Go out there and do it. And then notice it. Once again, I did not hear or see an exception clause. It didn't say unless you're wealthy enough and you don't have to worry about it.
That's right.
It just said don't do it. Don't despise it. Meaning, I don't care how much ability you have to not have to mess with it. You should want to do that anyway because you know and understand This is the person that created the heavens and the earth and everything that is in them, including yourself. That is the owner's manual. He knows you enough to know, hey, let me warn this dude. Let me warn them to keep moving and not despise this work, because it's going to be hard. It's going to be itchy. It's going to be sweaty. It's going to be hot, difficult at times. And if I don't put it in here, I'm telling you, because I know y'all, because I
That's
created
right.
you, you're going to despise it. You're going to hate it. You're going to be lulled to sleep in this realm of convenience. That's what default wants. That's what autopilot wants. The pathway of ease, the pathway of most convenience. I hope that we're listening and taking heed to what this is saying. Don't despise this work, because though you may suffer in the or feel like you're suffering, you're really preserving your life, preserving your health. We heard the adage:
You're doing for free what people pay thousands of dollars a year. I used to be a personal trainer. People used to pay me to train them to do what, I mean, right now, I have sisters here who have lost 30, 40, 50 pounds. You know how they did it? They didn't go to a gym. They did what the book said.
The work that the Father has ordained.
He didn't say, well, it's hot outside. It's 93 degrees. Brother David, were you outside this week where it was 95, 96, 100% humidity? It felt like 107, 108. Were you outside still working? I mean, obviously we work to a time and then we go in the house and we call it and we cool off.
I try to get out early enough so I can be done prior to that, but sometimes you just gotta, either way, the short answer is yes. You have to get it done in spite of.
And you said something cool, very key, I think. We love paying for the counterfeit. Instead of growing our own vegetables and getting our own vegetables and our vitamins and our minerals into our body that come naturally from the earth, we'll go and buy vitamins. Yah has so many herbs. I mean, just being out here, we've had plants pop up, and you look it up. You know, we use that Picture This app, and you look it up, and it's this thing fights this, and it fights this, and it fights this, and it's good for this, and it's great for that, and it helps you with this. You're like, whoa, I would have never known this in the city. There's one of the advantages of coming out of the city, is that there are things that you don't even get to be around because they've paved over everything.
That's true.
We have wild blackberries growing everywhere. Do you know how good wild blackberries are for you? Sumac. I just found out how good sumac was. Sumac. All these different things that you can eat that Yah already gave to you. But we'd rather sit in the cities and do exactly what Egypt does, which leads to a sedentary and an unhealthy life.
So.
To the point where many of you go off and you pay somebody like me to train you, to go in the gym and watch you sit on a treadmill and clap for you. Come on, you can do it. Come on. Come on. Just two more. Just 2 more minutes. Come on, you can do it. Don't you want to? You're tired of being fat, aren't you? Don't you want to lose that? Come on. Come on. Yeah. 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 And they feel good.
Pay big money.
Just for them to go out there. Pay, right. And you paid for that. One of the greatest prescriptions that you could give somebody is get off your ass and go do something. That's one of the easiest.
Yes, sir.
Go out, get off your ass, and get to work.
But it's not convenient.
Most people today don't even sweat. Do you realize that when you sweat and your eyes burn because your sweat goes in your eyes, do you know it's because your pores are filled with toxins that are irritating your eyes? If you sweat and you sweat regularly, Do you notice that when it gets in your eyes, they don't ever burn as bad as that period of time where, let's say you haven't sweat for like 3 weeks, and then you sweat, and then it gets in your eyes, and it feels like somebody poured acid in it?
That's true. Yeah, that's true.
That's because your body's filled with toxins. That it hasn't. Pigs don't sweat. Pigs are filled with toxins. If you don't sweat, do you know what's happening to your body?
It's holding on to those toxins. It's not passing it.
You know how many toxins you relieve out of yourself, out of your skin, out of your pores? The same way your body excretes urine or fecal matter. If you don't sweat, you're just holding toxins into your biggest organ, your skin. This is why our ancients were agriculturalists. This is why they grew their food. They were agrarian. They worked hard with their hands. They grew, they did things, and they lived to ages that we don't even understand. Today, we make it to 60. We're like, oh my gosh. 60 years old. Damn. That's a shame. And then from the time you reach like 53 to 54, you're dependent on medications for the rest of your life. I mean, you are killing your liver daily, dropping pill after pill after pill after pill. Me and Ebony were just talking about that today, about how medicines are. You take this medicine for this problem, but this medicine causes this problem, so you have to take this medicine to stop that problem from happening, but it causes a problem, so you take another medicine to stop that problem. Before you know it, you got 20 pills.
Yep, for one problem, originally.
For one problem.
Yep.
And you think that's life.
Man.
The ways of Egypt. Sedentary. If you're sedentary, they know you're going to need prescriptions. Now you're filling up the pharmacia system. You're making some millionaire out of a doctor.
That's true.
Yeah.
Simply because you wouldn't follow the old path. What was that, brother?
And I was just going to say, and here's another Cliff Notes nugget. And they do not practice healing. They practice treatment. And I heard a doctor.
Management.
Especially a doctor. They manage symptoms. They do not practice healing, even in situations where they could, because healing is not good business. Management of symptoms is good business. So people better understand and know the difference when you just start taking this stuff, because they said take it, and you think that's for your, that's going to heal you. Nah, it'll manage that symptom, because that's what they do. Because that's what keeps you coming
back. That's right. Brother Michael said Band-Aids. And we're not doctors, so
nope. We are not doctors, and this is not medical advice. I'm just saying, regardless of what realm we're talking about, we would all do well to then evaluate these decisions that we're making and say, hold on, does this line up with old paths? Or am I in yet another realm finding myself operating under this system of Egypt?
That's true.
And again, it happens so frequently. I know, because I've been trying to go through this process for years of saying, hey, I'm not an Egyptian. I don't want to live like an Egyptian. But I tell you what, Tommy, I have not yet finished finding areas of life where I still have the mindset of an Egyptian. It's that continual renewing of the mind.
Yes, sir.
By the word. That will only happen by active pursuit. It will never happen by happenstance or autopilot or being neutral.
No, sir. This is not a sprint. When I think about my walk, it's not a sprint. It's a marathon.
Yes,
It's
sir.
like the Iron Man. Like the Iron Man marathon. When you think you're done with one event, you got another event to master.
Yes, sir. That's a good analogy, because ultimately it doesn't matter if we get it right for a couple of years and we go all in and then we burn out, and so now it's too hard, the yoke is too heavy, I can't bear it, and so you burn out and you quit. Hey, the word says what it says. It would have been better for you to have never picked up that yoke and carried it than
Yes,
to
sir.
pick it up and then sat it down because now it's too heavy for you. Because the reality of it is, it's not too heavy. It's not too hard. It's only when you start looking back for the cucumbers and the leeks that now all of a sudden it seems too heavy. This burden of Yah's ways.
You said something there, brother. Can you imagine what would it be like today if the women and men, but in this instance, I'm talking about the women, if they were raised under the understanding of what the word was, instead of going out into this Egyptian society, learning the ways of Egypt, and then trying to transform themselves back to the faith.
Man.
It's such a daunting task today for women because they've experienced Egypt. Egypt has given them so much. They've gone out there and they've gotten careers, and they were taught all these things. But you imagine they were taught from birth. Your job is not to go out and get a career. Your job is to be a wife and to take care of your husband.
It would be unrecognizable to us.
It would be. It would be.
And I take it a step further and say not only for the women, but just for the men to have that understanding and acknowledgement, because then they wouldn't even allow or put those women in those situations.
Right.
Because their mentality would be different, and what we feel that we have to live would be different and lowered to the point where what we produce, what we can create, would be enough. Where we would just say, hey, well, man, I know you're super smart. I know you banging. You got it going on. You could go out there in the world and outperform, 8 out of 10 of these dudes, but you ain't doing it. You ain't doing it because that ain't the system we running.
Right.
Yep.
I mean, for us men, can you imagine if we learned from a young age, hey, you don't need to go out there and get 60, 70, 80, 100, $150,000 in debt.
Man.
Go at 17, 16, 15 years old. Go work with your father. Learn what he's doing. Learn how to plant some garden. Save up some money. Go buy yourself an acre of land. Can you imagine being a 19-year-old landowner with your own place paid off by 20? Growing your own food. Do you know how much wealth you're now stacking? Man. You could go out there and you could work at Taco Bell and be stacking paper. Bring home $2,000 a month and spend $300. Putting 10, 15, 20,000 away each year.
Something
literally
look like Tulsa, Oklahoma, because some folks wouldn't like that too much.
They wouldn't like that. Man. Imagine those lessons. And that's what we are trying to do. We're trying to bring those old paths back so that us men can feel comfortable and we know, hey, we're not the only ones doing it. If you set your son up, if you become, and I'm saying this in a very humble way, I'm not comparing us to him, but if you become the Abraham to your family, if you become the Abraham to your wife or wives, if you become the Abraham to your children, do you know what you're going to look like, your family, your name's going to look like by the time you reach Judah, Simeon, and Ephraim, and Joseph, and Benjamin, and Levi. Do you know what your name will look like?
Man.
Sure, it's a sacrifice. Somebody's got to do it, man. Women, somebody's got to do it. Some women out there are going to have it inside of them where they say, you know what? Shit, I'm tired of having some children with niggas. I want a righteous seed where my children get to get raised in something that is so foreign in the Hebrew people, which is a child having a mother and a father.
Yep.
Mm.
I'm tired of raising bastard ass children. I'm tired of I'm tired of having children with a dude and then having to bring them to another dude and say, "Will you father my children?" That shit gets old. You ain't gonna build nothing by doing that. Let me tell you. We've seen this over 50, 60, 70, 80 years. That shit don't work. You don't build a people, you don't build anything that's going to live long and succeed by having fatherless children.
Or the women who even have this opportunity and then they despise it.
Right.
Women who are covered by righteous men, you know, doing everything that needs to be done so that they don't have to go out there in the world and get after it and all of that kind of stuff. And yet they don't even have appreciation for it. They despise it. They despise it. They'd go to a job and be honorable, be respectful, reverent that man, that boss with no problem. But when it comes to you, they'll just talk you down or talk over you like it's nothing. No reverence.
Man. That's why I don't listen to all these people talking about nation building or especially these sisters who be like, you know, we got to do this for, listen, you ain't got to do shit. Here's what you have to do. Are you married? Because if you are, and your husband did not give you permission to speak, and if you're not married, if you're not married, you should get yourself into a position to bring forth a righteous seed raised with a mother and a father. Because I'm not trying to hear no shit about you a good mama. I'm not trying to hear no shit about you giving yourself a Father's Day gift because you're the mama and the father.
Yeah, that's wickedness.
If you are a mother and a father, I'm gonna be real. I'm sorry. I'm gonna say this. If you're a mother and a father, you just fucked up your child.
Yep, that's that whole
and I'm just being real.
Mentality.
There you go.
Man,
you put your child so far behind the 8 ball. He ain't even on the pool table anymore. He's got no chance. These inner cities are filled with with children who have mama and nobody else.
Man, y'all killing it, brother. It's women out there giving themselves
transgender.
Yep, there we go.
I'm not for transgender. I'm just saying, you know, here are these women who would run these folks under the, you know, and yet you're literally saying, if you think about it, what you're talking about, I'm the mom and the dad. So just think about it for a minute. What you're really saying in that situation. You're a freak.
You're a freak.
Yep.
You have both parts. That sounds like Sodom and Gomorrah.
Yep.
Man. Woo. Man. There's women out there giving themselves Father's Day gifts. That's wild. Yeah.
They give themselves Father's Day cards.
Oh, man.
Because I'm the mama and the father. I'm just going to be real. As a woman, if you're uncovered, there's something. This is going to sound so bad, but I'm going to say it anyway. Something has to be really wrong with you, because as a woman, you have the parts that a man wants. So if you're just running around by yourself I have to ask the question, what is going on with you?
Man.
Something's got to be going on with you. Are you a cancer to every man you've been with? Because that's Egyptian. That's this country. That was not our, that was, you know, people say we need to follow the old paths. The old paths just aren't about agriculture.
Nope.
It's about how we ran our homes. Were we covered? Were we submitted to Yah as men? Were we in debt? These are the old paths. Do you really want the old paths?
Man, yeah, that's a deep one right there. That's a whole stream in and of itself, because really, from that perspective, hey, are the old paths possible? Can men really? Could you really even run your home that way? Or you got? I mean, you ain't got to have questions on everything, or you know, have your speech ran over like a dump truck, and you wasn't even talking because somebody else just talking like you ain't even there and stuff like that. Do those kind of women even exist today? Can you really give an order, have some words spoken for your expectation for that household, and expect it to be carried out? Is that possible today? In theory, yes. But in actuality,
man,
I'll put it nicely. The jury is out. I won't hold my breath though.
That's a good point, Brother David. How many of you men are really ready or gotten yourself ready for the old path? Are you actually ready for what that entails? Are you ready to not be liked by all the nations around you that hate the ways of Yah?
Man.
How many of you are really ready to be Abraham and have Lot in your life and be like, hey, you go that way, I'm going this way?
Man, there it is.
How many of you are really willing to say, Ishmael, I love you, I'll come visit you, but you got to go because I got something to do. I have something that my father sent me on that I have to do. I'll come by and visit you, though. I'll still be part of your life. I just can't be that way. Those are the old paths. I know a lot of us, we like the way it sounds. Women like women love, I want a strong man. Really? I want a righteous man. No, you don't. I guarantee you don't.
No, I would agree.
You don't want it.
Sounds like you would like to like it, but that's the difference in liking it. You would want to want it, but that's the difference in wanting it.
Strength always looks good until that strength stands up against what you want.
That's the truth.
I want a strong man. I want him to be able to stand up against Esau. I want him to be able to, he can't bend. He can't. Okay, you got it. He ain't bending, and he ain't bending to you either.
Uh-oh.
And you know what? If you're trying to destroy him, you are as Esau.
Man, bros, this stuff sounds very scary, for lack of a better word. I mean, I'm just saying that because I agree with what Brother David just said. You may think you want it, but actually want it, oh no. I just told my reels last night. I said, hey, man, it's so nice around here. I mean, I'm gonna be real. I don't even be looking at women like that. Not like that. Not like they were thinking their mind. Oh yeah,
right.
he a polygynous man. He gonna expand his house. Yeah, maybe, but maybe not. Cause that's a lot of toiling. Like I did find out this more so in the last few weeks. I've been checking out things, and women, man, they having babies. I'm talking about, ooh, Some of these women are having babies like 90 going north. And they don't care that it's not a father in the picture. Some women actually just want to have a baby to raise them themselves.
Right.
And they want to have and they feel comfortable raising male children by
That's great.
themselves. Talking about they're a single mother or something. Like I just give y'all an example. I went somewhere one time and I saw somebody. They was probably about 14 years my junior. And I said, see, you know what you may like about people. And so I was gonna have somebody just talk with them, figure some things out about them. The person said they kept putting them off. Like they didn't want to talk. Let's just say a year has rolled around. They were just breaking into their 30s. Guess what? They got a fresh baby. A fresh baby about to come out. And watch this, about to have a fresh baby and it's a male. And the funny thing is, from what I hear, the dude who fathered the child, he is like, girl, going on with that. I ain't trying to hear that shit. You can kick rocks. So I be laughing because I'm like, now you see, look at the mentality on that. Now they trying to play it all cool, like they comfortable raising their children, raising a child, a male child by themselves. I looked at some of my phone. I said, them folks in trouble. Whoa, wee. I said, a woman raising a male child, and she needs some direction too on how to watch this. She ain't even been molded into how to be a first of all, a good woman,
Man.
a good wife, a good anything.
You mean
And
that's
she
not
gonna
automatic?
no, that ain't automatic. No, you just wake up. I mean, hey, you come out the womb with a vagina and some breasts, that don't automatically make you a wife. No, no, no,
Oh
no, no,
man,
no.
you should have a breaking news alert going across the screen right there.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. That's
That
something.
boy's
Guess
gonna
what?
be that
Go
boy's
ahead.
gonna be raised thinking that his mama is a good woman and that her lifestyle is something that he should look for
Yep.
in his wife or in his
Yep.
future baby mama. So he's
That
only
Yep.
going to
genetic
be looking
curse.
for baby mamas or women that are willing to be baby mamas.
And that's a prime example of how that curse goes from generation to generation right there.
There's your generational curse right there.
Hey, and you know the sad part is that what y'all just said that's the major part. But I was just thinking the other sad part is, and I'm just being honest. Are there a lot of men out there that want to do all that extra stuff, put in all that extra work and headache with somebody with somebody who already got children? I guess. But I'm talking about the guys who are they like this with y'all. They focus on what they doing. Those guys, not the ones I know, they be like, nah, because they want somebody they can mold, somebody they can train, some children. Guess what? That they can sire. I know women don't like to think, oh, well, you. I hear a lot of this stuff. Well, you're doing especially among black women. Oh, you're doing the black women wrong because there's a lot of terrible guys out there. I'm not saying that guys will not will not pull you into their home and take care of you. But I'm just saying you are slimming. I'm just being honest with you. Your chances are slimmer when you come with a whole bunch of stuff, and I'm gonna include children in that. Beyond just your attitude or you needing training, I mean, just like the job market. In the job market, they looking for the top candidates. Just saying, the people with the best bright shining attitude, willingness to learn, willingness to be trained, but not coming there from your last job with those same bad habits, talking about I want to work for your company. I want to be a part of your family. I mean, I'm just saying for me, I ain't looking for that. I don't look for that.
I see, and this may sound bad, but I see women with children the same way a woman would see me if I was $350,000 in debt and was never going to ever be able to buy a house.
Yep.
They would look at me. They would look at me and say, "Your previous decisions made you ineligible. I don't want to marry a man who's going to be always struggling." Right. I don't want to marry somebody that's for the next 18 or 12 or 16 or whatever it is. Hey, same way. And you shouldn't look at me and say, "Well, he's wrong."
Mm-mm.
You should look at me and say, "That's his choice." The same way you not wanting to be married to me because I ain't got that much money or I ain't rich, that would be your choice. Right?
Mm. You're right, bro.
Man. Yep.
I was just looking at Sister Priscilla's comment down here, and I highly respect the comment. You know why? Because
So
at
do
least
I.
you was able to tell your head that, hey, I know I done messed up, and
Yep.
that's really what I'm getting at. Some people are in denial, and it's men and women alike. They're in denial about their real situation. That goes back to what Brother Dave was talking about the renewing of your mind. You got to be real with yourself about where you at. That's guess what? That's even before you relocate. Because I
Yes,
sometimes I
sir.
don't even like using come out because if everybody has come out, then shit, all the farmers, all of the backwoods guys, I mean brothers and hillbillies, they done all came out too.
Yep. They beat us to it.
Yes, sir.
They bought all the land. We buying it from them
Yes, sir. Yes,
on,
sir.
on a premium.
That's what I was gonna say. At a premium. Yep.
Man. And I'll just say again, I'm not trying to come down on these people who have made bad choices, but my thing is, have you realized you made a bad choice?
Right.
Are you willing to change those things? That's what I look at.
I
Go
agree,
ahead,
brother
bro.
Andre. I agree.
I honor Sister Priscilla for saying that because most women wouldn't say that.
Oh, no doubt.
They would call them blessings.
They would get mad because you just call they people baggage.
Yep.
And that's
They would
right in cue on what we were talking about earlier about, hey, we're not talking about perfection. We're just talking about transparency and being real. Because too many women will come with all this drama, all this baggage, which when they're real with themselves, they know what it is, but they want to call it this label over here, but then get mad at you because you don't, because you want to call it for what you see instead of their pretend label. Like that's
Right.
that's not a blessing. What are you talking about? I don't care what Pookie and Ray Ray and everybody else told you it was when they was hitting it. So they was telling you what you wanted to hear. I'm not trying to do all that.
Yes,
I'm
sir.
just saying, no, that's some baggage. That's some drama. Those are deficiencies.
Yes, sir.
It doesn't mean that you're incapable of it just means you have to start with some transparency, some acknowledgement of you are full of wayward ways.
Right.
You have made some ill decisions in your past.
Yes,
So
sir.
you can't come to the table now, trying to run over this man and talk to him and expect him to just placate to you. And even if you were completely righteous, that wouldn't be the right attitude. But it's funny how it's these wicked ass, used up people, women, who had the funkiest attitudes, man. The
Yes, sir.
funkiest attitudes who will come at you like they just have been firing on all. It's delusional. Is the best way I can think of it.
Yes, sir.
It's a they are self-deceived, reprobate minds, I guess, if you will.
And as if you need to lower yourself because they have arrived.
And it's like, by what standard would you say that? Look at you. Look at who you were. Anyway, it's just something else. It's just something else.
No, you saying something, brother, because we as men, we face that every single day. I don't get to look at when I was broke as all broke. I didn't get to look at my brokenness and be like, shit, this is a blessing. I can't pay my bills. This is a blessing. I'm about to get evicted. This is a blessing.
Right.
I didn't. They about to repossess my car. What a blessing.
Or even something like this. Hey, I've quit the last three out of my last 5 jobs I quit. But I'm gonna go to this next job and just say, oh, they were all blessings and how I left was a blessing. They're gonna look at that like, no, your past decisions have future consequences.
Yes,
That
sir.
may render you ineligible for this job. That may show
Right.
you have some character deficiencies that we're not quite willing to deal with.
Yes, sir.
That's how his men in real life, we actually have to deal with we have to bear the weight of our consequence, bear the weight of our decisions. We have to endure these consequences. We don't get to just say, oh, well, that was, it's just craziness, man.
It's crazy.
Sometimes I hear this stuff and I'm just like, you're saying that?
Who thinks this? Like who? And you know what? Sometimes I kind of feel like that a lot of these people who think this way are slow.
Mm-hmm.
Like literally, you've been traumatized to the point where you're almost special ed. Like you can't even think straight. And I'm being real because you even try to speak a rational biblical thought to them. You speak to them the old paths. Where do you see this in the old past? You don't see it, but Yah still sees me. He still hears my prayer, and he's still blessing me. But how? You can't find a verse anywhere in the Bible because I know I have the Ruach told me. Like what? Those voices that you hear in your head are not the Ruach. It's not the Holy Spirit. You are talking to legions and legions of demons.
Yes, sir.
I'm being real. You are talking to demons. And you are creating accords and agreements with them. Hey, you deceive me, demons, and I'll do what you say. Yep. Just make sure that the deception is so deep and so good that I will never hear the truth.
And I want to add to that real quick, bro.
Yes,
sir. Do not be deceived to think that just because you have intellectual book smarts, that's a protection against what we're talking about. I don't care what your damn IQ is. You can be Einstein IQ level and just self-deceived as all get out and still fall in this trap of what we're talking about. In fact, it may even be more possible because you may be prideful about your IQ, your intellect, your intelligence, and just be wicked as hell because you're reprobate, because you're disobedient and you would not hear the reproof that Yah has said. His word was not enough.
Man.
His ways were not enough. You had to refer to your intellect. To this Western stanky ass society of what they have said goes, and you choose that over what Yah says. Until he says, okay, that's where you put your trust in. Let me blow that out. Let me blow that light out for you. So now you can't even have when it comes to this book, your understanding is base level at best.
Shalom, Mother Kate and Pastor Fox. I didn't see y'all come in here. Shalom, shalom. Vulgar display. Shalom. Tribal lady. Shalom. Shabbat shalom to all y'all. Hallelujah.
And that's male or female that I'm talking about in terms of this. You're dependent upon your book smarts, and you think that's going to be a defense, as if that's more important than your obedience and your adherence to Yah's word. It's not. I've seen some dudes. I've heard some dudes. Now they can quote the Bible probably front.
They blow me away. They blow me away.
Blow you away with their memorization. But ask for one example of application, and you will quickly see, oh, that's just book knowledge.
Yeah.
That's just book knowledge, but they have no practical application. Their life resembles none of this. In fact, they're reprobate.
Wow.
That's true.
Their ways don't line up with Yah's ways. though they know these things and they are deceived in their own minds to think that they are walking in accordance to it, any common person could see, man, that's a prideful person.
Yep.
They're all the way over here thinking they're lined up perfectly due north. It's a scary thing.
And all they're doing is they are aimed right at the nearest pyramid of Egypt.
Mm.
They got the artifacts. They got Pharaoh's tomb in their living room.
That's it. You know, I'm listening to what y'all saying, and it's very interesting because sometimes, you know, I know men think they can just slide on by, but I'm gonna use this in the most practical sense because I look at my own self. Is that we have to make changes too. You know, we talking about this is not just women, but men have to make changes too. And I'm gonna just tell you why. Uh, Normally, women have a buffer between their bad decisions in a lot of cases. Not every case, but in most cases, they got their father, you know, their husband, somebody else to help, you know, soften the blows. But when you're walking this, I'm talking about you're just walking Torah out. You're walking your life out. We as men, we don't have those kind of buffers per se. I know people gonna try to beat me down with Christ as the buffer. I'm talking about in the most practical sense, meaning this: if you're not a person that's gonna go out and either acquire the finances to get, I'm gonna use so small water for your family, meaning water catchment, well, whatever it is, you are gonna feel that quickly, and then everybody behind you will feel it as well. So
True.
I mean, I'm just saying that because they still come into the dependency thing, like, or being comfortable. You know, like I can honestly tell you, it's been quite a few times in my life. I'm like, man, I'm burnt out a little bit. I'm finna throw this thing on cruise control. I'm finna throw it on autopilot. And then after a while, you're like, well, hold on a second. You start feeling like I can say now, I start feeling a certain way about things. I'm like, well, hold on a second. I would have normally accomplished this, or why didn't you know? You start adding up stuff and say why that didn't happen, or but it's actually because of the choices I may have made by saying no, I ain't gonna go out there and work on the rain catchment today, or I'm not gonna work on that today, or I'm gonna spend all the money over here or whatever. Well, hey, you're not a woman, you're not a child. So part of walking this life out is actually being a leader or being what men want to call themselves. Or what is the word? They love pay. They want to be a patriarch. Well, shit, patriarch means getting the fuck out there and getting busy. I'm not.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that we don't chill. Cause I can tell you something. Me and my family we chill sometimes. But then, like the brother said something about today. Shit, it was 90 some degrees out there. We was out early. When I came back in the house, I was like, well, damn, I need to wire up this trailer. I was gonna even wire up a trailer for my son before he got here because he had some work to do. So it's shit to do. You know, this
Lots
ain't
of
gonna be no. This ain't like. I'm gonna just say this. I'm gonna use the word relocate. Part of renewing your mind is not you like you move from one house to the next, or you move from one apartment complex to the next. Like I just say this. Like we don't. I know all three of us sitting here. We don't have internet bills like the regular folks' internet bills. Thank y'all. And guess what? Once you do the shit, you ain't never going back.
right.
Once you really do it, I mean, once you make, and it's a sacrifice. It ain't like you got to spend some money. That means you had to put out some effort somewhere to either obtain the money. Then you
Yes,
got to
sir.
put this stuff together. You got to figure it out. Sometimes you even got to use your brain correctly when you trying
Man,
to navigate stuff for your family. Like putting together a LTE internet thing and you ain't never fucking done it. It's a job.
it's
Making
tough.
making sure everything is just. I'm gonna just say for these streams. You wonder why the streams be off on all this other kind of stuff? Cause we working with it ourselves. We learning it.
Yep.
You got to do like I'm not a big avid reader, especially when it comes to building things. But you got to learn how to read. You got to do the stuff that you don't want to do. You know, like I used to be a big movie and TV buff. I still like movies, but and I'm talking about like on the weekends that used to be being my family time. But now we like, well, we need to be reading this, so we got to work on that. Sometimes I have to tell my folks, could you stop doing so much work around here? Like I'm not careful, I would see some people trying to scrub something, and the sun be the went down on Sabbath. The sun even ain't down yet. I'm like, hey, what you doing over there? Oh, we saw something. Oh, no. Mm-mm, mm-mm.
Let
And
me ask
I'm
you something,
saying
brother.
that
Let
that
me
make
ask you
us
something.
grow. Go ahead.
All this stuff you're talking about, do you need somebody standing over you and telling you to do it, or do you know to do it because Yah put it in you as a man, as a leader of your house, to go that way?
That's
I'm
it.
gonna just say this. I don't need nobody standing on me. That's just straight up. I just use this. I have some goats and a cow. I could be lazy and just say, I'm just gonna slaughter all of them and put them all in the freezer. No, I don't want to do that. I want to actually grow. I want to actually grow my livestock. So guess what? I don't need nobody browbeat me to say, you got to go buy some hay. You got to go feed the cow. You got to go scoop some poop. You got to go do all this. I don't need nobody to tell me that because I want my place to be a success, even if I'm
And,
not here.
and I think that's one of the differences that we're talking about. You remember in Proverbs it says, go to the ant, thou sluggard, consider her ways and be wise. Without an overseer.
That's it.
Without somebody dictating to it what it has to do, it already knows how to do these things.
Yep.
So if an ant knows how to do it, brothers, why the hell are so many of y'all so dumb? I'm just being real. Why do you need elder, moray, teacher, pastor to stand over you and tell you to do something that the ants know how to do?
You don't.
You don't. You playing stupid because you going. I'm gonna use something that Kwame Brown uses. You part of the go along to get along game.
Mm.
Let me go along with a bunch of people to get along with them, and maybe they'll accept me.
Man.
Mother K said, Pastor, mowed, planted vegetables, shoveled mulch today. Obedience requires action. That's what it is.
100%.
You learn from those that were. You learn. They don't stand over you. You learn from them. They are examples to you. You are persuaded by what they do, and you say, I can do it. Y'all put that in me. I'm gonna go do that thing now. I'm raising goats. I'm raising chickens. Do you know I've never went to a class on how to raise chickens? I bought some died, most of them survived. I now am a off-grid chicken expert by doing what our ancients did. They did it. Today we have too many resources. Those of us in this space, we have too many brethren who are doing it. We have too many, there's too many YouTube channels that you can glean information from for you to sit back and need somebody to stand over you. There's too much information. You don't need somebody to stand over you and browbeat you to grow your own food. The question is are you going to do it? Oh, brother, we can't hear you. You may have to go out and come back in. Yeah.
Come back in. Yeah. You know, brother, what I think it's going to come down to, and you talk about it a lot, I think it's going to come down to people are going to have to go through something. Once you figure out that nobody is coming to your rescue, once you figure out nobody is going to provide food for you, nobody is going to produce shelter for you, nobody is going to do any of those things for you, I think that's when people will start getting it. And because if you think about it, I want us to think about uh, the human nature part of this thing, which will refer to really the Egyptian system or the Rome system, whatever people want to call it. People only respond when there's chaos. When you got
Yes.
a hurricane, when you got a tornado, a typhoon, tsunami, or whatever, a famine, that's when people say, "Oh yeah, yeah." They start going bananas. If you think about it, look at how they get when they go through the grocery stores and some type of weather event is coming, ice storm,
Yep.
snowstorm. People go bananas, and that's sad that we have to get to that place where something bad is gonna happen in order for me to move. When the truth of the matter is, we should be doing this. This should be just a part of our life. I just told my fella, we act like prepping or what we call prepping is something special. Watch this. In this century, this day and age, that's something special. Nope. If you go back to the early 1900s, that was standard. How about that?
Yes,
That
Right.
sir.
ain't nothing special. Matter of fact, you are not
Yep.
a special Israelite, a special believer, a special commandment keeper, a special Christian. You're not a special person at all, just to maintain your living. That's basic.
When Joseph did it in Egypt, did it everybody come by and say, "What a prepper"?
Nope.
You are the prepper of the year, Joseph. When
Israelite
Solomon wrote in Proverbs, the ant was doing it. Do we call ants preppers? We call them ants.
That's true.
God gave us these things already as men. Grow food, store extra, put stuff back, put resources back. He put it in us as men to do it. The problem is that we ignore it all. We don't want the old paths. Give us the new paths where everything is a truck's going to bring it to the store. I'll go to the store and buy it.
Yep. Convenient.
Somebody else is going to produce it. There you go. Convenience. Somebody else is going to produce it. We don't produce anything anymore. Brother David, go ahead.
And that's what I was saying earlier when I had a phone call, so it kind of messed up the system.
Okay,
so it's
okay.
not a matter of knowledge, not having the knowledge. It's a matter of desire, will to do it. People know enough. That's not the reason why it doesn't get done. It's because we don't desire to do it, because we despise that work which Yah has ordained.
Right.
We don't want to call it that, because then that just sounds too unbiblical. So we label it all these other things, but regardless of what label you slap on it, that's just what it is. Because if you were in keeping with what Yah said, we would just be doing exactly what he said to do. It's not because we don't know enough. Because again, we can do something unsuccessfully. First, learn from our mistakes, build on there, start hitting it right after that. That's not why people are failing. People fail because we just say, it's too inconvenient. Walmart, these supermarkets, that's a lot more convenient. I'd rather just sit here, live a sedentary lifestyle, and then pay somebody else this greenback for them to go endure all of that inconvenience. Because that's beneath me. Because I despise this work that Yah has ordained. That's really what it is. But I find it interesting in what we're talking about too. What Brother Andre was saying, people don't move until now it's a catastrophe. You see the same thing in family stuff. You see the same thing in marriage. We talk about it all the time. You'll hear a husband say, hey, you're slacking here. Here are your deficiencies. I need you to step it up here. And it's never important enough until you just get to that place where you're like, you know what? It's been X amount of time. Maybe you didn't know it, but I have given you this amount of time, and that time is expired. And now you see people jokers doing backflips and twister cartwheels. They're just superwoman. They're able and willing to do everything all at the same time. But you're like, where was that at all this time that I've been telling you about these deficiencies? Why are you waiting until now that I'm telling you? Boom, the gavel is dropped. Now you move.
How many times have you had a coupon and you've known that the expiration date is 2 weeks from now?
Yep. Now you gotta use it.
You don't ever take the coupon to use it until the day after.
Yeah. Now you want to argue with them that they better take this expired ass coupon because you were too lazy and slothful to use it for the weeks and months that it was still good.
Yes.
That's human
You
nature.
held on to that coupon. You know it's a sale date.
Yep.
You won't go on the sale date. You will wait until the sales ended and be like, it's only one day. You can't honor it? Come on.
Now you want to have a 20-minute argument over that, but you wouldn't spend that 20 minutes to get there that day early.
Let's read that again because they mentioned it. Sirach or Ecclesiasticus chapter 7, verse 15. Hate not laborious work, neither husbandry, which the Most High hath ordained. That's animal husbandry, plant husbandry, and family husbandry.
Bam.
You are a husband. So that's where the root word husband comes from. You know how to raise things up. That's what the Bible says in Ephesians 5. Husbands nourish. That word nourish means bring up to maturity. When you are a good husband, you know how to bring animals, plants, wives, children from something that did not know. You know how to bring them up to maturity. It doesn't mean they all survive, but you're going to have evidence that you know how to bring something up. Man, you want to know what kind of husband you'll be? I'm just being real. Try to raise some crop. Try to raise some animals. Go out there and feed an animal. Okay.
Hold on. I'm sorry. Hold on. I must have something in these older ears that I'm hearing here. Did you just say that? Hold on. Did you just say that wives don't come in complete? They don't come in completely mature? That you have to do some things to mature them to the point that you need them to be?
Look at the word nourish when it's in Ephesians 5 where it says, husbands, nourish and cherish your wives. Look at that word nourish. That word nourish in the Thayers means bring her up to maturity. That means she does not come into your house. She does not come into your house mature.
She don't come
this
in
whole myth that women are more mature than men. Yep.
She don't come in like, hey, this how we did it at my daddy's house? Or this how we did it at my last husband's house?
She may do it, but this whole Egyptian mindset that women are more mature than men is false. It's a teaching of Egypt.
It's wicked as hell. That's what I call it.
You would not have to raise her up to maturity if she was already mature. That's part of husbandry. That's part of raising things up. We as men should be masters of raising things up. Seeds. Go ahead, brother. Go ahead.
Is that why I was talking about that well-instructed mind being the valuable thing?
Mm-hmm.
You mean that wasn't her daddy's instructions?
Nope.
That was her receiving your instructions?
Yep.
Man, this book is something else.
Mm.
Woo.
You look at our ancestors. Our ancestors were, I would say, masters at raising things up. Even to the point that they knew to also prepare for times when you aren't getting the maximum crop. They knew I may not be getting a maximum crop this year, but I've stored some aside.
They did a little extra.
I had a little extra. You have to understand what husbandry is. If you've ever raised something up, you know that a plant doesn't just need water. It needs nutrients. It doesn't just need nutrients. It needs sunlight. And there's very different nutrients that a plant needs. You can't just go and throw a bunch of nitrogen on a green bean plant because it'll produce tons of leaves, but small fruit. It needs potassium. It needs magnesium. It needs phosphorus. Wood ash. It needs different nutrients to bring up a fruit-bearing plant compared to a leaf-bearing plant. A leaf-bearing plant needs nitrogen. So there may be times that your wife may not be needing a ton of nitrogen. She needs phosphorus, magnesium, manganese, potassium. She needs other nutrients.
Oh no. Let me get this right. So you mean it's not enough for Brother Chris to be pouring out nitrogen and some other brother to be like, hey, come over here, woman. Let me get this. Let me get it in while the fire is hot. Drink all this nitrogen, even though what you really needed was some phosphorus. You mean it's more like phosphorus. Individual work? Individual brothers having to do their own husbandry work?
That's why it's husbandry.
Man,
hey,
that means, man, you can't throw her in front of Kevin Samuels or us and expect her to get it. You're going to, the same way we as men toil with our plants out there, we're out there like, man, what's going on? You need to do that with your wife because you have to raise her up. Stop expecting her to know. Stop expecting her teachings from this Egyptian system to raise her up to a great believer in this faith.
We can't just say YouTube it. Man, this book is slapping some folks tonight, bro. And I'm being facetious, but I'm being dead serious.
Right.
Everybody loves polygyny, but you ain't doing. This book is slapping some folks tonight. And if it's not, it should be. Just keep listening. It might hit
when
you.
y'all was just talking, I want to even just throw this out there. Brother Chris, you mentioned about the different plants require different things. So I want us to watch this. Even in polygyny, if your wives represented plants, they require different nutrition based on what type of plant they are. And that now I even go even further. Therefore, in all cases, the other ribs have no jurisdiction and no idea how that master, watch this, husbandry is a master position.
Oh, man.
They have no idea how that master needs to nourish the plant, the different plants with different things, whether it's nitrogen, whether it's perlite, whether it's more water, more sunlight. You have no earthly idea because guess what? You are not a master or a husband.
It didn't say husband, woman?
No, sir. No, sir.
That's deep, brother. That's deep.
I'm just being honest. Even men have to realize, yes, your ribs, you got ribs, but they require or have nourishment. When I say require, I mean they need to be nourished differently.
By you.
In
by
some
us.
areas, by you.
Man. Woo.
And some of you men are letting other men put what they think your wife needs. If they think that she needs nitrogen and she's an eggplant, she needs, you're going to burn her up. She needs water and they're giving her nitrogen. Man. You men are supposed to be caretaking for your plants, caretaking for your wives and children, caretaking for your land. You should know what it needs. Not waiting for somebody else to come on and spit what they think your wife needs, what they think your children need. If you can't do that, then you're not a husbandman, you're a servant.
Yes, sir.
Be a good servant then. I'm not mad at you. I'm not hating on you. But a husbandman is a tall task.
Yes, sir.
For those of us that grow our animals, grow our crop, if we eat from the work of our hands, then don't you, brethren, and I don't mean this sexually, Don't you want to eat from what you have put into your wife or wives?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Do you just put into them so that you can get nothing back?
Oh, of course not.
Expecting some return.
You want to
Increase.
return. You're putting into her because you know this is a healthy, vibrant, good plant. It may need pruning, but this is a good plant. It will nourish me. I will be able to eat from its fruit.
Damn.
Most of y'all men can't eat from the fruit because you're not putting what it needs into it.
Damn.
Put what the plant needs. If you're, as Brother Andre said, if you're in polygyny, if you have more than one wife, I can't go out there and say, well, I got nothing but greens. Because one of them might be some jalapenos, one might be some collard greens, and one might be some corn. They all need different things. Corn is heavily water and heavily nitrogen dependent. I can give an ample amount of nitrogen to corn and it'll make it. But if I give it to my greens, it'll burn it out. And if I give it to my jalapenos, I will have no jalapenos. I'll have some wonderful leaves though. Do you men even know what your wife needs? And here's what I mean by what your wife needs. Not what she's telling you.
Man, you
because let me tell you, she don't know what she needs. Your job is to nourish her. You're the husbandman. How many times have you had watermelon and it's gone through a dry season and you will water it heavily right after a dry season and that watermelon splits open? It'll drink so much that it splits open and the watermelon's no good. You have to know.
Feel like...
Go ahead, brother.
You mean when she feel like she just need to keep talking so she can be heard? That's not actually what she need. Sometimes she needs to shut up and listen, even though in her own self she feel like she just needs to keep getting it out. And so you then have to be the husbandman to say, we ain't hearing all that right now, because you can't both hear and talk at the same time. And right now I'm talking. Right now I'm teaching. And right now, you need understanding, which requires you to then shut up.
Yes, sir.
So some folks that think that's rude. Some folks that think that that's mean. I'm just telling the book, but I'm talking real life now. I just said it today. So here's, y'all, we talking transparency. Here's some transparency.
Be real.
That we being real. I just said it today. You can't hear and listen and talk at the same time. So in order for you to hear what I'm saying, you got to shut up. And I'm not in confusion. I'm telling you straight. I'm in the book. You off. Some people say, oh, that's being mean or whatever. Hey, you can call it whatever the hell you want to call it. I just call it being a husband. Sometimes you have to just lovingly say, hey, shut up so you can hear what I'm telling you. I'm loving you enough to stop to try to prevent you from derailing yourself on this route that you're on in your feelings and emotions.
Yes, sir.
Of sucking up too many nutrients.
Here.
Sucking up too many nutrients that you don't need.
You 100% on, brothers. I mean 100%, brother. Hey, what you just said? Oh man. I done had to tell people, hey, when your teacher was trying to drive a point when you was in school, when your teacher was giving you instruction to drive the point home, was you arguing with them? Since they are the teacher now, the professional. Did you give them some lip service? Did you go back and forth with them? Oh no, I listened. I said, well, hey, that's the same expectation I have here. Since I am the teacher, since I am the one that's responsible for your nourishment.
Right.
That's good stuff.
So you spot on, bro.
And unless anyone here thinking that we're just now, reverting back to where we're only talking about women, let me just give you the cliff notes. This is not just for women. Hey,
bring it back to men.
You gotta have the fortitude to be able to tell your wife to shut the hell up so she can hear what you're saying.
Yes, sir.
You better gird yourself like a man and stop letting her run all over you with what she thinks she needs.
Yes, sir.
That is not husband.
give me more nitrogen. You don't need nitrogen. You need some water. You need to be tempered down. Or you may not need any more water.
Sometimes you need to go to her and be like, if I give you more nitrogen, you gonna die.
There it is.
You are killing. You are no longer, it's almost like some of these men, you allow it. You're trying to turn your green bean plant into collard greens by giving it the wrong nutrients.
Yes, sir.
That green bean plant is there to give you green beans. It's not there to produce greens.
Or you want to give it the high powerful nitrogen because that's what you saw Brother Andre or Brother Chris or Brother David do. Maybe this thing was just planted and it needs some more subtle, some more low-key, lower degree nitrogen. Maybe it needs some bone meal and not just some straight chicken manure. You about to burn her up because it ain't time for that.
Yes, sir. Now y'all,
that's what you have to be in tune. You have to do your work as we have to do our work.
But because we hate husbandry, which the Most High hath ordained, we hate being husbands.
There it is.
Yes, sir. Hey, until
it's uncomfortable.
We hate it until you holler out polygyny. Then now everybody wants to talk about husbandry. And you just brought it home, really. So I know I'm just saying, if I was speculating, I know there been some men when they brought their families around us, they felt like they had to slam on the gas and be running 100 miles an hour when you know your wife only used to running 20. You had to mash it to the floor to show us how much of a man you are. No offense to y'all, but I don't run my house like that. I don't run my house based on what somebody else doing.
No, sir.
You can't. You're going to fail. I'm going to just be honest. If you do that, you're going to fail. You're going to push your folks to the breaking point, and then guess what? It'll just be you.
You'll snap them screws.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Sometimes you men have to understand this is why you need to be around strong brethren. Sometimes it may take a brother to come to you and be like, hey, brother, you're giving that plant way too much heat. What you need to, just my humble opinion, maybe pull back on the heat a little bit. Give it a little bit more water, fresh air. And see if it grows.
Yes,
sometimes some of you men ain't putting enough heat on your plants.
Yes, sir. There it is.
You out there always constantly trying to water. The damn thing's drowning. It needs some warmth.
You drown.
But you're afraid if you give it warmth, some heat, you'll kill it. Because the plant told you it's dying.
Yep.
I got plants out here right now. The indicators that I have read and seen showed that it's dying. Little did I know that when I turned them leaves over, I had Japanese beetles underneath the leaf. The plant couldn't tell me that. I had to do my job as a husbandman and turn the leaves over, as Brother Michael Rivera said. I had to turn the leaves over in love and see, damn, I have Japanese beetles killing my plant.
Man.
This is why the job of a husbandman is so vital. You can't take this. You have to have. The Bible is an agricultural book. The old paths are agricultural. If you want to understand this book, if you want to understand Yeshua's parables, if you want to understand being a husband, understand and hate not laborious work or husbandry. Go grow some plants. It's not just about going out there and listening to. I saw a comment. Let me see. I think it was Jay Morris. He said, "I know one young farmer that didn't hate the." Oh no. Interesting. There are some young farmers around me that don't take the time to learn what their crops need. They pay another man with an ag degree to tell them how to manage their crops. Some of you men You're paying your pastors to tell you how to handle your wives. The closest you've ever come to being a man is when your pastor puffs you up.
Ooh.
But when you go home, I'm being real, you still know you're the bitch.
Mm.
You still know you're the one who submits to her.
That's true.
You can fake it all day you want in fellowship.
Yep.
Everybody knows who you is. Am I lying, brothers?
No.
You own it.
No.
You own it.
You own it.
You see them little quick darts to the side?
Yep.
Yeah.
What are they talking about?
I'm going to say this. I can
See?
say it because she ain't over here. She talking with the sisters.
Hey, all this. See? I told you I needed to do X, Y, and Z. What you mean? See? What you mean? Why are you looking at her talking about, see, I told you we needed to do this? I thought you was the leader.
Vulgar display said basically you're just contracting your marriage at that point. Right.
That's spot on. Yep.
That's real, brother. You're contracting your marriage out. A strong faith, breaking away from Egypt does not come unless you as men are willing to stand against what we're seeing being brought upon us. If you're willing to let your wife be led by another husbandman, don't be mad when he starts planting his seeds in your field.
Man.
Doesn't it say in the Apocrypha, my brothers, when you have gotten a fruitful possession, sow it with your own seed, trusting in the goodness of your stock. You need to be sowing your fields with your seed, your information.
And later on, telling you the importance of that. If you don't guard it, you'll be responsible when someone else comes and plucks out what you've planted.
Man, they pulling out your information that you gave to her.
Yep. Because you are not guarding your field.
Man. And men, who can pull out that information? It's not just your pastors. It's your wife's boss.
It's these telephones. It's any. I tell you what, I just say it this way. You better learn to have control, boundaries, control over your possessions, that's the word it said, your possessions. You better learn to possess your possessions. Because when you will not, someone else will.
I go out there every day to my gardens, and I walk my gardens. I look at them. If I see a plant starting to droop, I get down on the ground, and I analyze why this plant is drooping and the other ones aren't. Sometimes, some plants are just going to die. There's not much you can do about it. Not every plant survives. Some are just going to die. But if I start seeing all of my plants drooping, I got a problem. There's something that is going on either in the plant itself, maybe in the seed, but likely it's in my preparation of the soil. Men,
yes, sir.
How many of you have prepared your soil, prepared yourself, your house, your land, your faith and strength in this book? How many of you have prepared that enough that you're even ready to have a wife? Most of y'all can't even nurture and raise up yourself, but you want a woman to trust you. She watches you daily, not raise up you. And I'm not talking about money. I'm talking about you put the worst kind of nutrients in yourself and she sees no growth in you. But now you want her to trust you.
Oh, that's just the scales on her eyes. She just ain't seeing it right, brother. That's all.
She deceived. She Jezebel.
Right. There it is. Yeah. She just Jezebel. She just wants me to do what she want me to do. She don't see this little bit of growth over here in this area. She overlooking that to see all of this major area no growth.
Men, do you understand that by not being a good husbandman, you are going to go to judgment?
Because we too have a master.
We too have a master. Matt, tell it again. Say it again, Brother David.
We too have a master who we will stand before and give an account for every deed done in this body, whether it be good or evil. Every deed. We have a master too, lest you forget, man.
Hey, you got to go to judgment with that. You have to go, and God's going to ask you, why were you a terrible husband? I could not trust you with any seeds or any land or any houses because you were going to tear shit up.
Man. And I just want to preface this. That does not always mean, hey, just be softer either. Don't misunderstand what we're saying. You could be off on either side of the pendulum. You could be too soft, too hot, or too watered down, or too hot. You can either turn up the heat or you can either turn it down. I'm not telling you what you need to do because I don't know your situation. All you know. All we're saying is you better understand that we will all give an account for what we do and the stewards that we are. And oftentimes in our society, where we fell short is being too passive, too watered down, too unwilling to say, hey, no, we're not doing that. This is what we're doing. Oh, well, I just need blah, 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 blah. This is what we're doing. Oftentimes, that's where we fell short. That's for a lot of us. But if you know you're the one that then needs to taper it back, hey, dial it down. Dial it back some. Because we're always trying to find due north. That perfect hitting the mark.
Amen, brother.
So don't fire it up because Brother David said or Brother Chris or Brother Andre said, because I'm not in your house. That's not my house. That's your house. You have to be the husband of your house. You have to understand the nutritional requirements of your plants, your field.
Right.
And adjust who you are accordingly. Not to them, but according to Yah, and allow him to then tell you and to dictate how to condition your field.
Man.
But it's not going to be based on your plants solely in the sense of, well, I just feel like I need more water. You're too fiery. Well, you might need some fire. You're too rebellious.
Man.
You're too weedy. I need to prune a little bit extra here. Because I'm not in the weed growing business. I'm looking for fruit. Or you know what? I did burn you. You're withering a little bit. Maybe I applied too much in this area. Let me water this down over here. You have to find, individually, we have to find that balance.
Man.
If you burn up your plants, that's on you. Don't. Ain't no return policy. Don't be looking at Brother David and Brother Chris and Brother Andre like, hey, y'all burned up my plants. No, you burned up your plant.
You did.
You did. You have to take responsibility in the same day that we do.
That's right. We told you to analyze and see does it need more heat or more coolness.
Yes, sir.
You decided to just take the heat and burn the shit out of them. All I know is that we still eating.
That's it. Michael Rivera said, "Don't water in the sun." I'll put that another day. Hey, don't let your words be out of season.
Right? Oh, man, brother. And the Bible says that. It says that. I want to read some comments. Sister Suma, Shabbat Shalom. Mother Kay said, a gardener planting in another's field is adultery. Man, it's your field. we have to. I know in the faith, everybody throws out this. You're being selfish. Did anybody ever consider our ancestors selfish? When they said, nah, this is for me and my people.
Nope.
This is for me and my family.
Nah, they were
You
just
see that?
obedient. Nah, they were just obedient.
Just obedient. If a man that does not provide for his own has denied the faith and is worse than an infidel.
Right.
For those of us that understand that, it's not just the physical, but it's also the spiritual. I'm not trying to worry myself about it. I'm not here to save the world. I'm not Yeshua. I'm here for my family. And those that I walk with, that I have a covenant with, I will be there for them, but I'm not here for everybody. And I think that because we've been Christianized, we think we're here for everybody. Because of the all things in common. We're here for everybody. I ain't here for everybody.
Man.
If y'all men want to eat, you better store some food. Because I ain't storing it for you. You better learn to grow. You better have a skill, because you ain't got a skill, you're going to be my servant.
Because you can only store so much for so long before you're right back at square one. Either having the skill, being known for your skills or not.
That's right. Didn't Yah do for his own? How many times do you see Yah just going out there and doing for everybody?
I got to reword that, because I don't want folks to say, hey, I've been guilty of it. Now here's my confession. I've been guilty of it. If you ain't doing it Brother David's way. So here's my confession. I've been guilty of it. So let me reword that. You can store all day or not. That's up to you. If you don't want to store, you want to just 100% store, then store, and never learn to plant, don't learn to plant. I just direct that back to myself. I'm going to focus on also learning how to grow, so that when my storage runs out, I also have new growth, new food that I can continue to eat on. I just put it that way. I would advise you to do the same, but if you don't want to, hey, I'm still cool with you. I love it. It ain't no big deal. If y'all love starvation, hey, cool. Ain't no problem. I'm cool with it.
If you want to be on a feed the children commercial,
yeah,
with the flies landing on your face, okay, yeah, I'll watch it.
Yeah, I ain't gonna hate on you. I'm gonna be over here eating and drinking.
Brother Yehudin, we are in the Ozarks, and I'm not pushing the Ozarks in any religious way. I'm just saying it's a great place to live.
It's beautiful, gorgeous, man.
You have ample rain. You have tons of natural growing herbs and blackberries and all sorts of foods that will pop up on your land. And there are quite a few brethren that are making this their home.
Can I give a caveat?
Go ahead.
Don't come over here with no nigga stuff, though. If you ain't trying to come correct, stay where you at. I'm just being real. Can I
being real? If you come in here, I'm with Brother David. If you come over here as a nigga,
you ain't gonna have to
worry about
the folk. You ain't have to worry about the white folks running you off, nigga. I'm gonna be trying to run you off. Don't come.
I will run you off.
My name look bad. And you ain't trying to come here and do right. Come here and pay your bills on time or early. Do right. The same way we've done right to make room for you to come. Don't come over here messing stuff up. That's
y'all have to understand.
But I'm being real.
No, that's real. Because me, and I know there's many other brethren out here, but I know if you are looking in this area, Brother David and Brother me, we worked our butts off to make a good name for people of color.
Right. Don't
come out here. Don't come messing some shit up because you want to be a thug, gangster, whatever you think you is. You need to come out here and work your ass off and be about at least building. See, that's part of the building that y'all don't understand. Build something where we don't have to. People should know us for. I remember when I came out here, they said the only thing. I talked to one dude. He said the only thing I know of black people, colored people, is Soul Plane and the news. I said, how the hell did you watch Soul Plane? Of all the movies that you could have watched, Soul Plane.
Oh man.
And all the news was about Little Rock and all the shootings that were going on out there. He said that, and this being read, he said, I'm the first, and these are his words, I'm the first honorable colored person he had ever met. So you have to understand, we are setting roots here. We're not coming out here being thugs and gangsters and loudmouths and playing our music all loud and acting like traditional city niggas.
Nope. Be firm.
I had to come out here and I
I
had to be respectful. I had to learn the lingo. I didn't come out here yelling at everybody they Esau, because they ain't, first of all. But
right.
I didn't do it.
No 12 tribes chart nonsense. Just come out here.
Y'all have to, man. You can be firm and respectful without disrespecting other people.
Right.
100%.
When I told them, when they asked me, what do you think about Trump? I just be like, hey, I don't like Biden and I don't like Trump. That's it. And they were so stuck on I didn't like Biden, they were happy. What do you think about BLM? Don't support it. Never will.
Yep.
I just wanted to live the book. And honestly, I want to be left alone.
Hey,
there you go.
Mike Wade.
Oh, I saw Wade County at Walmart today.
Hey, shalom. Long time.
Cool. Just cool. Respectable. Cool.
Right.
No problems.
Hey, as the old folks will say, it's real simple. Don't start none, it won't be none.
And it just goes to show you. See, because we and Brother Mike Wade had a difference. We had a difference. Some people would see that as a right to disrespect each other.
Nope.
I ran into him at Walmart today with Ebony. Man, it was chill. And that brother has every ability to hit me up, to let me know what's going on. We just wrapped it. It was cool. That's what we saying, that we ain't about this drama shit no more.
No, sir.
If y'all want drama, go watch Young and the Restless.
Yes, sir.
Building each other up, not tearing each other down.
That's right. That's right. Bless you, Brother Mike. You and your family, and I hope you figure. Hey, I hope you figure out that situation you were talking about. He said nothing but love for you, brothers. That's what we need.
That's awesome. That really is.
Hey, it was chill, brothers. It was real chill. I was surprised. I left like, damn. Me and Evan were like, this nigga cool. No drama, no hurt feelings, no nothing. It was just cool.
That's really saying something. I had a chance to sit down with my grandfather and talk with him, and I was just telling him, you know, we as men, we've been so baffled. I mean, I say fooled into thinking that just because we're different, like that mean we need to have an issue. A lot of times,
Nope.
differences mean you have strengths. They just
That's
in different
true.
areas. And I
That's
was
true.
telling him, if we just looked at it like that, even, and I was starting off talking about our family, but I was just like, men just in general. We always, hey, this brother different from me. I got an issue with that. Well, damn, he might be more proficient at something than you are, and vice versa. If we really looked at even the differences, if we took the differences all into account and say, you know what, that's just a brother. He keeping Torah, you know what I mean? He haven't trespassed against me. I haven't trespassed against him. If we just looked at it like that, really as a whole, people always talk about nation building. They always talk about community. But if we looked at it like that, guess what? We would be stronger.
Yes, sir.
And I'm talking about men.
I'll say
Family.
this, Brother Mike, I want to repent to you because I had a wicked evil thought about you. And that prevented me from actually reaching out to you and communicating with you. I can say that. And I had to understand. I had to grow and understand. We as men can have differences without being enemies. That's what the streets. That's what Egypt taught us. Egypt taught us if we disagree, we have to hate each other. So I repent, brother. I hope you can find it in you to forgive me.
That's huge, brother. That's big. That's
Sometimes
real
I
big.
disagree with my own self.
Yes,
Man.
sir.
And I'm not being facetious, I'm being real.
Right.
Sometimes we disagree. I won't say we. Sometimes I disagree with my own self. Sometimes the way I feel about one thing at one particular moment, and given enough time, you feel completely different.
Yep.
About the exact same situation. Because now you might have a little bit more light, a little bit more knowledge, or a little bit more patience.
Yeah.
I don't always agree with my own self. So I don't have no problems with and I repent for the same reason in the same way, Brother Mike. And I don't have nothing but love for you as well. Because you can be different, just like I'm different. Might be a little bit different tomorrow, because that's just who I am. I'm trying to work on consistency, being good, being righteous and consistent. But hey, I'm not perfect. Sometimes I waver a little bit, dip over here, over there. I'm just being real. And I'm just gonna say this real quick. I alluded to a little bit earlier, but shoot, we talking about transparency and just being real. And I said this to this brother too, not too long ago. That's one thing Brother Frank taught me, and I'm just gonna be straight up and real and to the point about it. That's one thing that he taught me, because not too long ago he was like, "Hey, I'm gonna go to the creek with these brothers," and I'm like, "Nah, I'm good. I'm good. I'm just being real. You can ask him. That's what he said.
Hey, this is a real channel. This is a real channel.
Yeah. I'm like, nah, I'm good. And it wasn't even really about the person, particularly Mike Wade. It was about me. And so I had to, after that, I had to think, damn, why was that my first response?
Right.
Why was that? I didn't even hear what it was that he was saying. It was just an automatic, bam, shot him down. Boom, done. Now, I probably still wouldn't have went to the creek because I had other stuff to do. But That's not why I said what I said in the way in which I just very swiftly said, nah, I'm good. That was just a straight dismissal of what Frank was talking about. So then I had to chew on that and think about it. I was off right there. That was wrong on my part. That's the very same thing that I talk about needing to mortify from my flesh. This whole wicked spirit, wicked desire within our own selves to say, hey, here's some difference here. He doesn't check every checkbox as I do, perhaps.
Maybe.
So that maybe, because with a little bit more time, you might even understand that to be different.
Right.
Sometimes we're just, like Brother Andre was referring to earlier, sometimes we're just too quick to just pull up the axe.
Right. Instead
of the olive branch. We could be reaching for peace and building up instead of tearing down. And so that's real talk. That's just me being as straight up as I can be and real as I can be. I repent for that as well, brother Mike. I don't have no problems with you whatsoever. The other brother you was rolling with, or the other dude you were rolling with, I don't condone him. I don't rock with him. But I don't have no problem with you, Mike Wade, whatsoever, or your family.
Right.
I have no problem with y'all and you, and that's real talk.
The other dude,
that's all together.
I ain't rolling with that, Mr. Racing. Nope.
I wasn't even gonna call no names, but
I said Mr. Racing.
I ain't got to with you, Mike Wade, or your family though, bro. And I'm glad to see you here. And hey, when y'all come up next time, maybe it's at a time when we'll go to the creek with you.
Hey, bro, Mike Wade, I'm gonna say this in the open. As far as Tabernacles goes, You hit me up with a phone call, you got a place. It really was just my bad. I really don't like the fact that every once in a while I still get in that set mindset. Because you ain't rocking my set the way I rock my set. You
then
can't
you
roll.
Ain't real. Hey, then
Right.
you ain't real. Hey,
And you know what? I came from that. You know what I'm saying? So because I came from that sort of lifestyle, that's how my mind still. And then you come into faith and you join ministries that rock that whole set. You ain't part of this ministry. You ain't Israel.
Yep.
And I still have a lot of purging of that way of thinking out of me, because every once in a while it creeps in, and I'll judge somebody wickedly, and not he's wicked, I'm being wicked.
Yes, sir. You're judging
because
with
I'm
an evil
judging.
eye.
I have an evil eye towards my brother, and
Yep.
in reality, he ain't done shit to me.
That's true.
In reality, and I'm just being real, we've been real and transparent. Now, we had this conversation privately, but I'm just sharing it with y'all. Real talk. I love brother Chris. I love brother Andre. These my niggas, man. I ride for them, and they know what I mean when I say that. This ain't just words. I'm dead serious when I say it. But we done had some conversation where sometimes I even I have to check myself, because my eye will be evil or has been evil towards one of them, both of them, at different perspective time.
Yeah.
To the
and
point where I gotta be like, man, I refute that.
Hey, you know that goes. Yeah, you know that goes around for all of us. Like, I'm gonna just say this. You know, I said the last few months, you can tell the enemy been trying to crack our head over to the white meat. So he had you thinking stuff. He had you wondering different stuff. And so you're right. Sometimes you have to look at yourself. I just say this. Here lately, I've been looking at myself and saying, it might just be me.
Right.
Because I would, and then you have to evaluate, why would I normally think that? What's going on? I mean, if you really sit down and say, what's going on here? Because I'm gonna tell y'all this, and I was gonna wait on the brother or whatever. But even in this, and I just go with this. Mike Wade, I apologize to you too, because even though we talk, and I'm just gonna be straight up. I said it before, and I'm not being arrogant. I'm just one of them guys that I like riding alone sometimes, and I have to. Guess what? I have to really deny myself of that. Sometimes I feel more. I hate to say it like this, y'all, but the brothers gonna know what I'm talking about. Sometimes you know how you be like, nigga, I just ride alone.
Yes, sir.
I'm good.
Yep.
So I have to push that back and say, no, you can't do that, man. That ain't brotherhood, man. That one man is an island, a lone man is an island stuff. That don't work, brother. You gotta come out from that. So I asked you to forgive me too, because I was like, I was in the same boat. I was like, no, I ain't rocking with him. And I don't really have that against the other brother who was there, but I don't do that, because the only reason I wouldn't mess with him is because I already know that his honor level is so low, it would cause some type of problem, and you don't want a problem. According to scripture, knowing when brothers can't, when brothers have a problem or a trespass is happening, is normally have to do with honor. If you really look at it, whether it's stealing, whether it's adultery, no matter what it is, and I don't want to put myself or anybody else in harm's way. So that's the only reason I wouldn't rock with the other brother like that. But I even go as far as this. I'm gonna be honest. Even though I don't agree with everything that IP said or says, to me, the nigga was cool. And the only thing I was mad about was that he did not, even though he said he wanted to talk to us, he did not talk to us. But I really like him. Even though he's a YouTuber, I'm gonna be real. IP should know this. He is really a YouTuber. I'm just saying. He really is a YouTuber. But overall, if I had to be honest with you, I can't find no fault with him. Just being real. And the other thing is, I shouldn't be looking for it. Shit, I need to work on me.
Right. Hey, I got a verse. 1 Corinthians chapter 13, verse 5. Examine yourself.
Yes, sir.
Whether ye be in the faith. Prove yourself. own selves. Know ye not your own selves, how that Yahshua HaMashiach is in you, except ye be reprobates? It is our charge to look, and it's not anybody else's charge to come point shit out in you. It's your charge to constantly be looking inward and seeing where you're messed up and fixing it before somebody else has to come and tell you.
This is a me book, not a you book.
It's a me book. It's a me book. Hey, some people, there's certain things, the person you mentioned, Brother Andre, that I just can't, I'm not cool with. There's certain things that I would like to talk to him about before I just kind of wipe away, the slate. But I can say the difference between him and Mike Wade is Mike Wade didn't really do nothing to me.
Day and night difference.
Yeah, I think they're two completely different things. Mike Wade did nothing to me. He never sold me on some shit. Mike Wade bought his land and moved on there.
Yes, sir. That's it.
And living it. He never came to me and said, "Hey, nigga, can I?" Or not even the "hey, nigga," but I'm here to get a wife. Mike Wade just did his thing. And I can't get mad at that. Because his thing may not look like my thing does not mean that we should be enemies. It shouldn't even mean that we should be at odds with each other. We have to understand as men, we don't do shit the same. And that shouldn't be an area of difference. That should be an area of growth. Like, hey, you do it differently than I do. Maybe there's a benefit. But see, the thing is that even our eye is evil toward our brother.
Yes, sir.
So that we see, I had to address pride in me. I had to say, why the fuck do I see it? Forgive me. Why do I see it that my way has to be right and that his way is wrong? Because maybe there's something that he knows that could teach me that I don't know. Why do I think that I got it? I mean, if it was an issue of like the dude ain't got water, that's one thing.
I mean, hey, if y'all want to be thirsty, cool. I ain't got no problems with it. Even
right.
So. Or hey, maybe I'm being for.
Hey,
over there.
I get exactly what you're saying. The only reason I say that is because that's something that's been on my mind in the sense of we already know nobody don't do it like we do it. And when I say we do it, I ain't talking about the brothers. Let's throw that out there. I ain't talking about if it ain't the brothers' way, it ain't the right way. Because if really people knew about it, we do the shit so different from each other. I'm just saying, we do
it different from ours.
Right.
If they really truly knew us, they'd say shit. They like night and day in how they run their houses and how they operate, but they still cool. So what I'm saying is, the reason I looked at, and I say it, man, the reason I looked at IP was because I don't know what position he really was in on the flip side of it. Do you get what I'm saying? I don't know if he was super mature in this area or I was super mature or I handled it wrong or whatever the case is. But I'm just throwing that out there just to say, and IP, if you hear me or whatever, nigga, you can hit me up. I don't have no hard feelings. I mean, I was in my feelings at first because, I mean, when I'm like this, man, when I really like folks, and I mean it like this, when I really like a dude, and I'm not gay because I got women, and I ain't got a hard time getting them or keeping them. What I'm saying is when I really like a dude for a brother, I mean, I really put everything in it. And so what we have to realize is men, we are literally sinking everything we have in a way into the brotherhood.
Right.
So it's easy. We haven't been trained in this shit. So it's a lot of times our feelings are on the line. We acting like a bunch of, I'm just saying, we acting like a bunch of, I don't want to say it, but we acting like
ahead,
bitches,
shoot
man.
it. Shoot it straight.
We acting like bitches about it.
We acting like bitches sometimes.
A lot of times our feelings, a lot of times our feelings are on the line because we finally meeting people that are like us in a lot of ways, but not all. And so when we feel like a line is crossed, or like he said, you're not doing it our way, or what we see in the Bible, well, shit, it's gonna make it's gonna be a problem. So I'm just trying. What we saying here is, I know I can speak in this realm, is that we trying to get away from the BS, because you ain't gonna never. Just to be honest with y'all, you're never gonna grow a brotherhood with all these fucking differences. Let's just be real. Everybody's at different levels, and for a while there, I can even go back as far as this. I couldn't see that. I can honestly say I couldn't see that, and I just be this gonna sting a little now. I realized from being around an older man for a period of time, and I got mad love and respect for this man. We don't see eye to eye on everything, but I still do. I realized from being around this particular man, that's how he was operating. Watch this. In some ways, not all, with some men. He was saying, well, that brother ain't there yet. I'm going to wait on him. He was kind of doing like Yeshua in a way. And that's really how we should be mimicking. We should be mimicking Yeshua. We should be mimicking the Father. There's no man who has ever walked the face of the planet that from the time they came out of their mother's womb all the way until death, they was at level 100.
Nah.
This shit is a literal walk. You're walking this out moment by moment. So I'm just saying that because brotherhood needs to be built. And we can't build it off a bunch of damn differences and nitpicky bullshit that don't have nothing to do with Torah and just acting like a bunch of old. Why would a woman marry a pussy? She got one. Why would she do that? She wouldn't. Women need men.
Woo!
That's straight up.
Bam. Hold on. Let me.
And you know what? And you know what? Because so many of us men are acting and living in pride, we're never a good witness or example to our wives.
Man.
They never know what it looks like for a man to be like, hey, I fucked up, I was wrong.
That's true.
Because they've never seen it in us, men.
Yes, sir.
They've never seen the word, they've never seen love for their brother in us. So how do they learn to love each other in polygyny, in sisterhood, when all we do is talk shit on each other? And I'm including myself.
Me too.
This is not the time to be focusing on our differences. We got differences. I know that. All three of us have differences. The thing that brought us close together was we were real. And I think that's the part that is missed. It wasn't the fact that we all lived the same way. It was that we were real with each other. And if you brothers would learn to be real with each other, be like, hey, I know I'm lacking in this area. You don't got to front. I'm lacking. None of us here are presenting ourselves as elders or teachers or pastors or leaders. You ain't got to impress us. Be real. If you like pussy and you like, listen, I still like looking at pussy, women on the street. Hey, well, we can help you with that, brother. But how is iron ever supposed to sharpen iron if we all sharpen our own minds?
That's true. Man.
That's so true. Because that's humility. And we have to lay down pride, mortify pride, walk in humility, and then therefore we can then start to receive the blessings that come with that. But as long as you're walking in pride, as long as we were walking in pride, we allowed conflict, perceived differences, or real differences to come in, and or small differences, little molehills to become mountains. It was only when we say, you know what? Nah, we can't do that. I have to repent. These brothers repented, and we say, you know what? We're not doing that. Then the scales fall off, and we can say, wait, that wasn't even a mountain of a difference. That's just a little molehill. We can live with that. He has his molehill over here. I have my mountain over here of difference. It's all good. We believe in Yeshua. He was crucified. He hung on the tree for us. He was resurrected. Hey, we're good. We keep
that law. We keep that law.
We keep the law.
Sometimes I think what it is, I think sometimes it is a zeal that we kind of pervert. You can have a zeal for the law and for Yahshua. I have a zeal for living this life out here. I have a zeal for homesteading. But sometimes being the example, not telling people you a dumb nigga because you still live in the city, but being the example, showing him how good it is out here. Not telling him he's going to hell if you're living in the city.
Just let your life speak.
Let your life speak. Let your light shine. Let your example. And they will be persuaded like, man, I'm over here serving I'm serving Egypt for all these years. I've been making money. I've dropped $200,000, $300,000, $400,000, $500,000 feeding Egypt when I could have put that money in me. When I could have relocated from where I am to where I need to be so that I can grow. We need to do that instead of always looking at each other. That's why, I did that video. We see each other as competition. We see each other as challenges, but we don't ever see each other as, that's my brother, unless he sees shit the same way I do.
Yep.
Brotherhood can't be based on that. It needs to be based on, is he keeping the commandments of Yah? Does he believe in Yahshua HaMashiach? Now, if you don't believe in Yahshua HaMashiach, you ain't my brother. I'm sorry.
I agree. For me too.
But if you believe in Yahshua HaMashiach and keep the law, I will show you why homesteading is a better way. Come to Tabernacles. I can show you some wonderful homesteads where brethren are working with their families outside of this all things in common mindset, where we can still all have one mind and still live what Yah gave each one of us to live.
Yes,
and still be one mind.
Damn.
That's what we need to see. The Willie Lynch syndrome needs to end with us.
Yes,
otherwise, we're going to be destroyed off the face of the earth, as the curses of Deuteronomy 28 say.
Playing out. Yes, sir.
We're going to be played out. If we don't end that, you don't do it the way I do it, therefore we're enemies. You light skin, I'm dark skin. You light, I'm tall. You old, I'm young. We gonna die.
House, I'm in the field.
Right.
Yes,
why don't you in the house get the information of when the master's sleeping so that us in the field can make the plan and put the supplies aside, and we'll let you know in the house when it's time for all of us to run.
Right.
Yes, sir. 100%.
And that's irregardless of race. That's whether you white, black, with homeborn, or stranger. That's what I'm talking about.
Because we just in the book. We ain't in the foolishness. We in the book. That's right.
Because you have to see your enemy is Egypt, not each other.
That's it.
That's true.
Yes, sir.
Hey, I was just thinking while you were talking for a second. I think the thing that, and I just is my personal belief. I think the thing that make me, you, and Brother David as tight as we are is that even if we get in our funks or we feel some kind of way or whatever, I think at the end of the day we always come back to shit. I ain't giving up on that nigga. I wouldn't give. Sometimes you know how you could be stock raving mad at the dude for whatever reason. You know, sometimes you might not even know, and you be like, I'm just not gonna give up on us. It's almost like a love affair. I'm just not gonna give up on us like that. That's my nigga.
I agree.
You know what I mean? Y'all know what I mean?
I need more.
Right.
And let's just say the brotherhood that we have, brothers and sisters, and this is why I say all of y'all should have that with amongst each other. If you in Florida, why don't you have that with the brothers in Florida? If you in Central Florida, wherever you are, why don't you have that? If you can't go to your brother, I'm just being real. If you can't go to your brother with issues that are going on inside of your house, maybe even marital issues, you need to question that brotherhood.
Ooh, yeah.
You need to ask yourself either why are you or why are they holding back?
Man.
Because I've gone to my brother with some marital issues. You mean follow your shit and it ain't perfect? Hell no, it ain't perfect.
And vice versa.
Me neither. Vice versa. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And hell no, it ain't perfect. You mean polygyny ain't perfect? No, marriage ain't perfect.
It's just marriage. Yeah.
That's all it is.
And I have to go to somebody. I'm sorry, y'all. I don't have this spiritual moment where I just get in the spirit and pray, because the Bible tells me that I'm supposed to have counselors. And I got 2 older men who have both been in polygyny longer than me. So I got counselors. And they don't charge me. They don't tell me I had to submit to them and give them my shit before they counsel me. They just tell me, this is what it is, brother. And what we're trying to do is we're trying to give y'all a little bit of snippets. Just a little bit. An appetizer. So that you can look at yourself and say, shit, I want that. And it may not be with us 3. But it could be with other brethren around you. Other brethren you have the opportunity to build with. That you're not building with. You're not submitting yourself to them. Because in reality, you don't want that. You just want to be right.
Hey, you know what the best feeling in the world is?
Yes, sir.
When we've been talking with one another and just, throwing some things at each other. And what I love is we ain't really trying to convince one another. If that would make sense to the people. We don't try to convince anybody. So what the greatest feeling of about that is when your brother come back to you and say, hey man, I've been thinking about X, Y, and Z, and I'm gonna be moving like this because I saw this. And most of the time, we end up saying, I saw this with me. I've been considering this more. And that's what I love about it, is that it ain't like we force feeding one another or, hey man, you better do what I say or we ain't brothers no more.
Right.
It ain't like that. It's like, hey man, this is a righteous brother. I already know whatever happens, one way or the other, is because he following the Most High. Not because he following me or owed me something or old brother David or brother Chris something. No, we don't operate like that. That's one of the greatest feelings, to know you can talk to your brothers and be like, because we don't always agree. Sometimes, watch this. Sometimes, do y'all know? Y'all, they don't probably know this, but do y'all know sometimes that the brothers, let's say I have an issue in my house. I'm going to use that example because it didn't happen before. Do you know sometimes the brothers be pulling for folks that I don't be pulling for? You know what I mean? Now that's brotherhood. When you be like, hey man, this person right here, they working that last nerve about this issue, and your brother say, hey man, I really like so and so, man. She a good sister, man. She just having a mishap or something. You know what I mean? She's not firing on all cylinders.
Being real. The last thing I brought to y'all, and y'all were rooting, I was like, these niggas is full of shit.
Hey,
they know that if this was their house, they would not be rooting the way they're rooting right now.
Hey, I already knew how you look when we said that. You was looking like, hold on a second, nigga. I just said the same thing about somebody at your house, and nigga, you still pull the trigger. I know how I watched. I was like, he ain't buying this today. He ain't trying to hear it.
But when you think, go ahead, brother. I'm sorry.
I was gonna say, I'll say this. This morning, I was heated. 10 out of 10 heated. Like if I was a cartoon character, my hair would be blowing off, and you'd just be seeing the smoke and flames flying off. All thing I can remember is what I told you.
And that's the thing. Hey, we be holding each other to what we say. Brother David said something about me in regards to my family. And Brother David be like, hey, this shit. I be like, hey, Brother David, you said this, you remember?
Yeah.
And I always know when Brother David, it hits him because it's quiet, and then his screen goes to like the pure black, and I'm like, just like,
yeah. Hey, what always rings in my mind is what you said. This is his key phrase. Well, brothers, I would always want to err on the side of caution,
Of caution.
Yep. Where I have exhausted everything, and I look at myself first. So you know you don't want that to be ringing in your mind when you already trying to straighten someone out.
Yes,
but
sir.
I'm gonna be real. And brother David, you're the person. Like I said, I'm the go-getter. I'm the person that has a thought, and I'm gone. You two balance me out in that, because, like I said, if something goes down, brother Andre's the one in the background with a sniper rifle. Brother David's drawing plans up. I'm the one with the AK and a dynamite strap saying, "Allah Akbar!" and I'm running out to the front line. So as men, we need that balance.
Yes, sir.
We need that person that now y'all be looking at me and sometimes be like, "This young nigga just dumb. He need to slow down." But now, mind you, had I not had that in my life, I'd be on child support possibly. My land would be destroyed. My vision would be destroyed. All over a temporary emotion that even us men have.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
We have, and maybe even a temporary fit of anger. A temporary shit. This woman ain't ever gonna fucking get it. I'm done. And then you sit back and you look as a man, you say, how many times has Yah had to say that about me?
That's how we can build cities, by overcoming that anger.
Yes, sir.
And that's the mirror talking. I'm talking to me. I ain't talking to y'all. I'm talking to David Carl.
Yep. These are the conversations. We're just letting you in, including the language of the conversations that we have amongst each other. So that some of y'all can kind of look at and see what real kind of looks like. It's not about some religious experience of the scriptures back and forth. It's about living the book. And when you live the book, you don't have to fall into religion.
Nope.
Because the book's already in you. You've already examined yourself. You already know you are. And your brother loves you enough to come and tell you, hey, you are. That woman loves you. That woman cares. You just off right now. Get yourself to get your mind straight. Hey, go outside and work in the garden a little bit. Hey. Go outside and plant a couple collard greens. Hey, Brother Andre, go to the store. Brother David, go to the coop. It may just take that from you destroying your house from emotion.
Yes, sir.
Because you know what, men?
Go get to work.
Go get to work. Men.
Whatever that work looks like, go get to it.
That's it. That's it. The devil's attack is on the family. And we men sometimes look at women and say, you ain't got it right, we getting rid of you. But yet, how many times has the father looked at you and said, I'll be merciful if you get your shit together?
Because I wouldn't meet that.
I'm going to punish you. But I'm merciful.
Yes, sir.
We're so used to getting the boot out of this ministry and the boot out of that ministry. We're not used to this. We're not used to the fact that men, we may have it wrong. This is not a get the fuck away from me, you're not part of us no more. What this really is, hey, brother, I love you. And I know you're about to make a mistake, because my brothers have helped me so many times in telling me, hey, I know you feel this way, but you're about to make a mistake. They didn't say, she Jezebel, get her out of your house, she gonna destroy it. Because we hung around each other, the wives have talked to each other enough. They have a friendship. They have a sisterhood. They have a closeness. Our wives talk every first day for hours. I'm just being real. They talk every first day for at least 2 hours. You know how much help is being sent around? Y'all better get real. Y'all better break away from Egypt.
Yes, sir.
Break away from this Egyptian way of thinking what brotherhood or sisterhood or friendships or marriage is about. And y'all better understand what the book was talking about when Maccabees was able to say, hey, niggas, we about to go to war. And they said, cool, who's the enemy?
Man. That's deep.
Bro, Darren, you about to say something? I'm sorry.
I was just going to say that's deep because it was going to cost them something that, hey, that wasn't necessarily, that they weren't necessarily attacked personally, but it was going to cost them personally.
Yep.
Because they understood the concept of brotherhood. They understood what it truly meant to be willing to take a loss for the brother.
Yeah. Mother Kate just said, right, the enemy is Satan and his world. And until y'all see it that way, you'll always be fighting each other, seeing each other as the enemy.
And this is full circle because we were talking about earlier, the renewing of your mind. And until we do that, we will see each other as the enemy instead of who the enemy really is.
Right.
Instead of really hearing what this person is saying, we will hear what we're hearing, which is not necessarily what they said.
Man.
The two are completely and entirely different. We can say one thing, and if we're so accustomed to hearing the enemy's voice, the brother can say something to me, and I can hear the enemy instead of what he said. And we have to get to a place where we say, hold on, that wouldn't be it. That's out of character for Brother Andre to say that. That would be out of character for Brother Chris to say that. Let me check this in myself. I know this is what I think that I heard, but that would be so out of character for him. Let me check that before I get all in my feelings and emotions.
Man.
Let me humble myself to this situation. Or, hey, let me humble myself to what Brother Frank had to say. Because flesh would say, nigga, what you talking about? I don't care how y'all do it. What you mean is, if it ain't the brother's way, it's no way.
You tripping, nigga.
It ain't right. What you talking
That's
about?
what I said. When I heard that, I was like, this motherfucker trip. I mean,
yeah.
this.
But then some, you get in those still quiet moments and they come back to you. It's like, bam. And then you're like, whoa, hold on, man. This brother just hit me with some nuggets of truth. Hey.
I was sitting on the toilet.
We just brothers, but right now, you just told us. And that
I was sitting on the toilet. Yeah, I was sitting on the toilet. I was like, I mean, what he kind of said was, you know how at first you kind of work it out like, it's kind of true.
You tease it in?
It's kind of true. But, you know, bro, Frank ain't been in the faith as long as I have, so I know.
Right.
Before you know it, you like, he said the truth.
It just is what it is. At that point, you got to deal with it for what it is.
I got to check myself now. I got to look at myself and be like, man, I'm off. I really felt that. I let this whole ministry idea, if it ain't our way, it's wrong, creep into me. Where I thought that because he ain't doing it the way I did it, it's sin, it's wickedness, he's stupid, he's foolish. Brother Frank, I repent to you too while we on this. Because I had a negative thought about you. Just so y'all know, I get attacked by Satan also. This whole idea that if you call yourself some sort of thing in this faith, you have to understand your attacks are tenfold, 20-fold, 100-fold. If you have a face on YouTube and you tell, we were just talking about this. For y'all niggas that are cursing our families, just know it's coming back on y'all. I'm just saying that. We praying some prayers. But you have to understand that these attacks are real. Yes, and I had to look at myself. I really had to examine myself and be like, man, I don't like what Brother Frank said. But when you think about it, I don't let this ministry shit infect me. And I thank the Father that I had the humility, but also I want the truth enough to know where I'm wrong so I can fix it.
Yes, sir. Me too.
Instead of just operating in this foolishness that I'm right and everybody else is wrong. Brother, you gonna say something? I'm sorry.
Nah, I was just saying, man, that's so true, and you spot on. And ultimately, that's exactly it. You know, Yah's will, not my will, be done. The truth, not my perception.
Yeah.
And let me always be the one to move and not be over here stagnantly expecting Yah's truth to bend to me, because that'll never happen.
Never.
That just leads to a reprobate mind. So let me always be malleable enough to move and line up with Yah's will. And that's exactly what it was for me when he said that. I'm like, man, oh, that's some bullshit. You on some other stuff. But then the more it just came back and smacked me like, well,
So you been a charger?
is he though? Is he though? What about
Right.
this example? What about that example? You know, to the point where it's like, man, if the shoe fits, nigga, you gotta wear
it. And that's where you know in function, you have the spirit of truth. It's not some speaking in tongues. It's not that.
No.
The spirit of truth brings you into all remembrance, brings you back into all remembrance. So the spirit of truth talked to you,
yes,
and you heard it, and you said, damn, I am off. That spirit of truth just brought you to repentance of something that you would have gone to judgment with, thinking you were right. I judge my brother right. That nigga off. And y'all looking at you like, I'm about to whoop your ass. Brother Andre, you're muted. You're muted, Brother Andre.
I was about to say, yeah, and y'all be looking at us like, nah, you off.
Way off.
Way off. Hey,
You
hey,
off.
I'm gonna just stay for the record too. Hey, Brother Frank, I ask you to forgive me. Because when you said that, if it ain't the brother's way, I was like, what is this nigga talking about?
This nigga
I'm
off.
just saying, that's all right. That's how I talk. I'm just being real. So I was like that. And I'm even going as far as this too. Although there was a incident because our weapons should be holstered. I'm even going as far as Brother Michael because he's still. I'm gonna just be real. He a young cat.
Yes, sir.
My expectations for him should not be what they are. You get what I'm saying? For what they are for myself. Me being older than him, and I'm pretty sure we much older than him. Well, other than FY, probably 5 or so years or something like that ahead of him, or something like that, maybe even more. But I'm even going as far as that because some of these cats, and when I really think about it, I think that's half our problem sometimes, brothers. We don't look at ourselves as we don't, because we don't want to be elders. We don't want to be those kind of people. We don't want that responsibility. And I'm not trying to funny, but I think sometimes when our downfalls is that we don't look at ourselves like these other cats are looking at us.
No.
Because we don't, and I'm gonna be real, the people might not know this, but we have not been running around here signing up because we want to be some big time whatever. We just trying to live a quiet, peaceable life with our families and enjoy life and then enjoy brotherhood as well. But we ain't trying to be. We ain't trying to build no church.
Oh, sure.
In fact, let me tell y'all, when I talk to these two brothers about being, having live streams, they were like, hell no. Honestly, it was kind of like a fuck them. Hey, brother Chris, I'm being real. It was like, brother Chris, you do your thing. We'll support you. But I think what happened is the Most High, through the Holy Spirit, kept pricking on them. Like, even though you don't want yourself out there like that, what if Yah wants you to help others? What if because I'm gonna tell y'all this, many of y'all have been blessed by these Shabbat fellowship. And I love it when I look at y'all's comments and I say, and I see y'all say, that's the truth, Brother David. That's the truth, Brother Andre. You telling the truth, Brother David. You telling the truth, Brother Andre, because they saying words that I can't say. Now imagine the devil may have been trying to mute them and not give them a place to state the wisdom that comes from them. Because I could be prideful and say, hey, this shit come from me. But y'all don't understand. A lot of the shit that I get comes from them.
And vice versa, brother.
Vice versa.
Hey, I remember when you said about the live stream. I remember me and Brother David was like, and we hadn't talked, man. But I was like, nah, I bet I might maybe be able to do it maybe once a month or something, or I don't know. But I ain't really in it. You know, at first you're right. We was like, nah, we ain't into that. Them niggas on their own. We ain't got time for that. And I just said it here recently. I said, man, I get tired. Sometimes I get tired because people just ain't doing right. And they had to correct me and say, brother, your expectation is out of place. Because you supposed to just do, you just supposed to do the will of Yah and let Yah do the watering and get an increase. So for a minute there, now when they said that, I'm just going to tell you, Andre Davis like, I ain't trying to hear that shit. That's how I was looking. When they said it, I was like, I ain't trying to hear that. Mm-mm. So
and little do we know, as it says in the book, all of us have a place, and brothers, all of you have a place. That's what we said. Hey, if you want to have a call in and you want to come and give your testimony about living this life, let us know. There is no face. There is no every slide is my face.
Straight up.
You are seeing 3 men, homesteaders, polygynists, running their homes, doing what's right. Brotherhood. We need more of this.
Yes, sir.
But all of us at one point in time were like, hell nah. Every man for himself. We felt that way. Sometimes I'm gonna be real. I'm like, I told them, I'm like, hey brothers, fuck it. I'm closing the channel down.
Yep. Yes, sir. And we're like, nah, you can't do that, bro.
They're like, nah, you can't do that, brother. I'm like, brother, I'm tired of it. We ain't helping nobody. We done. I'm done, brothers. And they be like, nah, bro, you can't do that. I'm like, so just understand, it is a labor of love. We come out from working outside hard for our families, and we do this. And for those of you who are turned off by the language, I just want to say this. If you're looking for refined churchology, this ain't the place.
No. If you're trying to hear Ruach 34 times a night, and the Spirit told me this every other hour, nah, you'll do better somewhere else. I'm not being funny. I'm just saying, because living this life is more than just having catchphrases and keywords to tickle your fancy and make you feel good.
Yes, sir. In fact, I despise those places because I think that they're not impactful. They won't change. They won't provide change because they won't tell you what's necessary for change. They'll just keep you in the same way we were talking earlier about doctors not practicing healing. They practice treatment. Churches don't practice connecting you to Yah. They practice connecting you to them.
They don't practice true deliverance.
Nope.
They just deliver you from your pocketbook.
And all you'll ever hear us say is point you towards the one who can make change. And that's not David, that's not Andre, and that ain't Chris. So we're not pointing towards us. The only thing you'll hear us say is pointing you towards our master. The one who, if you will take hold of his words, he can affect change. He can cause those scales to fall off. He can motivate you to do things that you thought were impossible.
Yes, sir. Man, that was good.
Sister Priscilla said the book plus nothing.
That's it.
And for all that said that y'all glad, right?
If I have one, but anyway, because I'm gonna be composted under a tree. But anyway, I digress.
I just want to be I want to be in the garden.
There you go.
For those of you that say that you're glad we didn't shut it down, it does mean a lot to us because we've gone through some times when we had discussions like, we're done. We did our part for Israel. I mean, honestly, when y'all think about the prophets, how many times do you think they were just like, fuck it?
A lot.
I mean, Jonah did say it. Jonah was like, listen, y'all destroy him. Destroy the people of Nineveh. And then when he didn't destroy him, he was pissed.
Yes, sir.
So there was probably many times where the prophets and the leaders were like, I'm done.
Mm.
And here we are. And we're not comparing ourselves to them. We're just saying there are many times that we just kind of feel like I could spend this 3 hours and 55 minutes with my family.
And the prep hours.
In fact, Brother Andre said that. He said, niggas, I just feel like I could spend my 3 hours and 30 minutes better doing something else with my family. And we were all kind of like, I mean, that's true. We all could. But yet this word.
Hey, y'all straighten me out. Y'all was on pause for about 30 seconds. Then y'all straighten me out. But they ain't lying, y'all. I just said that shit this week. I'm just being real. I just said that this week, earlier this week. I
completely understood where you were coming from. I did.
I felt it too.
Man.
But at the end of the day, if we help one person come to Yah, then that lets you know, had it not been for you, if you say one word, Brother Andre, one sentence, one person says, that resonated with me.
Peradventure.
Peradventure. Then what that means is, had your mouth been muffled, that person may have never heard the word.
Mm. That was enough for me when y'all said that the other day. I was like, man.
Peradventure. One soul.
One. Isn't that what Abraham said?
Yes, sir.
About Sodom and Gomorrah? What if there's 100?
Man.
What if there's 50? I think he said 25. And then what if there's 10? And that goes for all of y'all on this stream. You may not know, but your witness to one person may have been enough to turn them to Messiah, to turn them to the law. Don't quiet yourself. Don't turn them to this channel, because they may hear the word nigga and be like, no, I'm out. If they heard your voice, lead them to the Father. Be a husbandman. Now, if they're real and they can take it, yeah, you can bring them here. But all of us men are charged with being husbandmen. Be it. Brother Daryl, I saw you had two questions. You said, can rows too close in a garden hinder crop growth? Yes. Absolutely. Absolutely, they can be too close together. And then they'll be competing for nutrients in the garden. Is a single dad with children really any different than a single mom with children? Absolutely.
Absolutely.
But Brother Daryl, I'm gonna let them answer. We didn't talk about this. I'm gonna let them answer. How is a single dad different than a single mom?
Well, first of all, I just say real quick that the children belong to their father. So if anyone is in a single position with the children, in a biblical standpoint, it should be the father, not the mother, because those children belong to that father. And as such, so the vision is given to and through that father to those children, not through that mother. Because technically, if I'm seeing this correctly, the only way that you would even have a single mother, I'm talking about in folks who are believing in Yah and believing in his word, it would be for a woman then to have chosen to be disobedient to her husband, i.e. thus disobedient to Yah's word. And so Yah would never reward that with her keeping these children and him speaking to them through her.
Right.
So it's as different as night and day.
I'm in 100% in agreement. And Brother David, the way you put it, I had to be reminded that it's the man that carrying the vision. I had to be reminded that, the children belong to the man. So guess what? That's a renewing of my mind, because even though we're walking this thing out, you still faced with everyday information, and single mothers is found it real hard, especially now.
Yes, sir. No Mother's Day, Father's Day stuff, in other words.
Yes, sir.
Androgyny.
Brother Daryl, I'm gonna go to the book. Titus 2. We'll read from 1 to 8. But speak thou the things which become sound doctrine. So we know this is sound doctrine. That the aged men be sober, grave, temperate, sound in faith, in charity, and patience. The aged women likewise, that they be in behavior as becometh holiness, not false accusers, not given to much wine, teachers of good things. That they teach the young women to be sober, to love. Look at what's first. To love their husbands. Look at what's next.
Well, go ahead.
To love their children. I got lost. To love their children. To be discreet, chaste, keepers at home, good, obedient to their husbands, that the word of Yah be not blasphemed. So all of this is under their husband. All of this teaching, all of this chasteness or chastity, all of this teaching the children is under her husband. Which means that she's really just bringing to the children what the husband's teaching to her.
That's right. Because technically she doesn't have her own words or her own thoughts. Her job is to mimic his thoughts and express his words.
That's it. The same way we as men, we read this word and we take it to our wives and teach them. We're only teaching them what the book says. Likewise, wives are to teach the children what their husbands. Nothing different. Nothing different. Heavenly heritage, Shabbat Shalom. That's what the book says.
Love this
so
book.
A man is equipped because a man can be a husbandman. A wife is not a husbandman, so she's not equipped to raise up something from seed to maturity. She's equipped to raise that only under the covering of her husband.
That's it. And that's a vast difference. It may seem similar, but it's a vast difference. One can equal life and the other will equal death.
And we'll have to have a whole live stream on that one, but it's 4 hours. We said we're only going to go 3. We've given an extra hour.
And
I am gagged.
Y'all.
Yes, sir. We love y'all. Shabbat Shalom.
Pastor Joe Fox, I hope you sit down and get some rest, man. Thanks for setting a great example and making us all look horrible. I can't even think of all the plethora of the list that Mother Kate listed out of the stuff that you got done today. I was like, good Lord, goodness gracious. I might do a few of those things in a day, but she said he did all this stuff in one day.
One day.
Come on, man.
Hey, Pastor Fox be outworking 99.9% of so-called Hebrew men.
Wow.
Did she say he like laid a foundation, did all the carpentry of the walls, dug up all the gardens, planted the gardens? I can't even remember it all, but I was like, oh, Lord.
I remember when I was there at Shofar Mountain helping him, I was like, shit, does this man take a break?
Man, we can't all be PJFs. Help us out.
Hey, I couldn't imagine FY talking about did this man take a break?
That's crazy.
And Pastor Fox is a tester. He'll be like, hey, one more. And he'll watch your face like, one more, brother.
And coming from FY, and I just tell y'all this, coming from following Yeshua, shoot, y'all might think you're ready, but you better think again. Because I always tell him, man, you work like 10 Hebrew slaves.
Yes, sir.
This dude be working so hard, I'd be like, man, I'm just tired listening to the list. So if you saying he going hard, hey, well, I just keep working on it. I ain't lazy,
Yes, sir.
man. I ain't got all of that. That's like a book worth of that's I won't say a year, but that's a big project. I'll just put it that way. It ain't all happening in a day on Moss land, not all that stuff.
Yes, sir. Man.
It just goes to show what it looks like when a man knows his vision and moves on it.
Yes, sir.
And has good health, which is not to be underestimated.
Yes, sir.
I love it. All right, we love y'all.
Yeah, we love
We
y'all.
do.
All right, y'all, go ahead and close it out. You know how I go.
I'm gonna do that shuffle to Brother Andre.
Brother Andre, it is your responsibility to close it out today. And you can't do like a y'all good.
Love y'all.
Give
a couple minutes, Brother Andre. Close it out.
Overall, I mean, really, to me, this is a wake-up call for you to figure out watch this, not necessarily what the faith is, but what is your faith? What do you believe? Who are you dependent on? I mean, at the end of the day, if you're dependent on Yah, guess what? That also means you're going to have to put in some work to go with your faith. That's really the honest to goodness truth. Are you? Is your mind being transformed daily? Is it being transformed moment by moment? Even you saw here tonight. Well, I'm sure we didn't plan on repenting or apologizing to brothers because I'm just saying that wasn't on my mind. When I first it wasn't on my mind to when I first was getting on. But hey, it is what it is. We want to be right before our master. And we want to be dependent on him and him alone. So, hey, we got work to do. At the end of the day, the only thing I can tell everybody is the same thing I tell myself and my family. We have work to do. We are not at the top of the mountain. So guess what? We got to keep on climbing. So that's just really what it is. This faith is more than just what we have heard other people say or what we have thought it to be or witnessed from other people. This is something you have to walk out on your own. It's you and Yah. Straight up. And really, having brothers and sisters to do this with is a great test of your character and who you are in the Most High and who you're being shaped to be. So that's all I got. Hey, I love y'all. I love all of y'all.
Man, teach and lead your families. You don't have to be overly complicated. If nothing else, just get in the book, open it, and read it. Let them hear your voice. Let them become accustomed to his voice through your voice. We love you. Shabbat shalom.
Hold on. One question. Brother David, you were asked, how did you get your beard like that?
My beard like this?
Brother Clyde Gilchrist at 11:11 said, Brother David, how can I get my beard like yours?
Man, I'd love to give you some crazy secret formula or something, but I'd be lying. It's just or Yah and Yah through genetics. I don't do anything special.
I'll tell you, Brother Clyde, run into the woods and live there for like 5 years. There you go.
So. There you go. Yeah, no, I don't do nothing special. I ain't even trim it up too. I didn't trim it up at all tonight, so that's why I said it ain't nothing special. You can see I shaved my hair. You see this lighter here and darker here. Ain't no fresh lines.
That beard real.
So that's all. That's Yah's. Hey, I guess you can't buy it. That came from the Father.
That beard's real. Real. Hallelujah. Whatever you got, rock it.
There it is. That's what it is right there. Your beard is perfect however it is. Even if it's patchy, just rock that.
Rock.
That's all good. Yep.
All right, we love y'all.
We do.
Bye shalom.
Bye shalom. Love y'all.